Sudhir Kundar, Country Director, DECIX, Interwire India, Dr. Saeed Pirzadeh, Executive Vice President and Chief Cloud Officer, Jota Infrastructure, Vinay Jain, Director, Regional Sales, Service Provider, Architecture, Cisco India, Himanshu Gupta, Country Manager, Telecom Media and Entertainment, HPE India, and the session will be moderated by Sunil Rajguru, Editor, DataQuest and PC Quest. Over to you, Sunil.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the panel discussion titled Re-architecting Data Center and Cloud Infrastructure with 5G. I would like to thank all the panelists for joining here, and I look forward to a very lively debate. Now, all of you are subject matter experts, and before I come to your area of expertise, I'd like to first, start with an open question, and any of you can answer in any order. So, in brief, how soon do you think 5G will come in India? And more importantly, how fast after that can the telecom system upgrade to that? Because 5G is not like 2G, 3G, 4G. Because 5G is going to encompass everything in smart cities, smart cars, everywhere. So I think in this particular case, the system upgrade will be important. So if you can just answer that in any order.
Is it okay if I go first?
Yeah, please go first.
Okay, great. So I think we have been constantly exploring the evolution to 5G with all the service providers and various enterprises as well as the verticals. There are a lot of proven use cases across the globe because 5G has happened elsewhere. People are already taking benefit of things which get enabled through 5G. So there is a compelling event for 5G to really get kickstarted in India as soon as possible. Obviously, the prerequisite for that is the spectrum auction, and hopefully based on the recent announcements, government goes ahead and does the auctions. Parallelly, what operators are doing or industry is doing is they're already readying their infrastructure for all the refresh, etc. Is getting ready for 5G launch, right? So they've already realized there will be a lot of transformation which will be required at different layers of the network, which they're already kind of in the advanced journey of refreshing those layers to be ready for a quick launch of 5G. Now, how quickly? I mean that kind of addresses the readiness from operators' point of view. Obviously, there are a lot of use cases, like the industry verticals is the most attractive area where everybody is eyeing a very huge pie of new set of businesses which will get enabled through 5G. So I think, yeah, we're all kind of aligned for a quick adoption of 5G.
Correct. As Vinay said, yes, yeah. Of course, everybody is waiting because there are lots of technology enhancements are going to happen. Lots of disruptions. I guess are going to happen in the tech industry as well, because lots of things like for us as a data center industry, we need to be prepared for our edge sites and enhance our cloud capabilities so that we can cater the the data flow which we expect from the 5G. So I may not able to comment when telecom operators will be ready, but my guess is from 6 months to a year, we see 5G revolution in India. That's my assessment.
I think I would resonate what Dr. Saab has said, because the first offtake at only 37% makes you a little bit tentative on how the next part of the spectrum auction would go. And I sincerely hope and pray that we have innovation and great market sense prevailing when the government comes in with the second round of offering, number one. And the kind of digital transformation journeys that we've envisaged for our customers, or we see a lot of verticalization that will take businesses to the next level, will only be possible once the entire rollout happens. And my take is that probably in the range of about 3/4 plus is when we see the first few steps being taken. And of course, all other things being equal, year doesn't seem to be a far off kind of a thing. But once it comes in, I'm sure we'll have an entirely different ball game as far as the entire tech space is concerned.
Hi, this is Himanshu. Very warm welcome to all the panelists. I believe the deployment of 5G in India will at least be a year away. It all depends on how the government auctions the spectrum at what time, and most likely it is going to happen by June to July. That's what we have heard, and we hope that this time they stick to the schedules. And post that, I think then it will be all about companies gearing up and start deploying their initial trials on the field. Now, if I go back, 5G was maybe started somewhere in July 2016, and by I think 2019, the operators started rolling across the globe. But if you look back, what happened to 2G and 3G? India were laggards by almost 10 years in 2G, and I guess in 3G, and almost 2 to 4 years in 4G. But if you look at what has happened in the last 3 years, I think we'll be maybe laggards by the 3 to 4 years for 5G, but it'll still be a great start, because I don't think this 3G to 4G and 4G now to 5G is another G shift. It's a quantum leap. And we believe that this is a technology shift which will give immense opportunity for the entire market, for the businesses and for operators to come and build an ecosystem very collaboratively and build some very unique and radical use cases in the market. Now, if you look at how it's going to evolve in the country, I think the initial deployments will be around the EMBB, which is around enhanced mobile broadband, because that is the easiest to do. We'll have to simply give the higher bandwidths and give higher experience and more data throughput given density. But the other two use cases primarily, which is around the LLC and your massive IoT communications, that is something which will still be phase 2 and 3. So the evolution in the country will be around EMBB, and I think it will give the operators the time and the I would say commercial leverage to smoothen out the execution, because it is going to be quite capex heavy, and with a phased out approach and the learnings they will have from within the country and from outside the globe, I think that will ease out the journey on the 5G. Apart from that, I think it will be at least 2 to 3 years when you will have ubiquitous, say, urban and then also potential rural coverage. So it is going to be a phased-wide approach in the country. And if you see the trials coming, inputs coming from, say, Vodafone or Bharti, even Reliance, a lot of trials are happening for different use cases, but that is not something that everything will be implemented from day one. And if I look at the past year trends, I think next 4 years by 2026, we should be in a position to have at least 400 active million subscribers in the country, which will be close to 30-35% of our installed base of active subscribers by that time coming onto 5G bandwagon, and which will be at least 20% of the country's connections, which will be 5G connections. So that is where I see the companies evolving and telecom ecosystem evolving. Along with that, I also feel OSS and basis stacks need to be evolved in the companies, because that is where they will be able to monetize everything on the go, on the fly. And that's another area I think the telco operators especially will have to look very, very diligently. So that's how I look at it.
Manu, thank you for that introduction. So I guess we have really been waiting too long, but now there's a sense of an inevitability and a roadmap in front of us. So we have our work cut out. So I think now I'll just ask about everyone's individual, area of expertise. So I'll start with you, Dr. Saeed Pirzadeh, Executive Vice President and Chief Cloud Officer, Yotta Infrastructure. Now you talked about, disruption and edge in your beginning intro. So, I mean, edge computing is the next big thing, and that will be a disruptor. So what can we expect from the advent of edge computing due to 5G's adoption in the area of data centers and the cloud?
Yes, indeed. I am very excited considering the growing adoption of IoT use cases, Industry 4 initiatives, or you can say a penetration of internet services and online platforms like OTT, e-commerce, or you can say online education. These are some of the major factors which I consider will drive edge requirements going forward. It's not like that these use cases are not here, but more enhancement or more better user experience will I'll expect once the edge revolution comes into place. With the government announcement of rolling out 5G by 22, 23, that's what they are saying. These use cases, I suppose, will receive tremendous boost. Okay, while we are already witnessing widespread application on all of these fields, but 5G is definitely going to feel and will be a catalyst for edge computing by multi-cloud approach for any organizations considered. This presents a huge opportunity for data centers, okay, and the cloud service providers per se, to increase their investments in building strong edge data centers. Indeed, everyone should have a better data center, edge data center footprints across India, so that we can all use the 5G technology to the fullest. We have the opportunity indeed to further strengthen our data center and cloud offerings by extending them to more, you can say, regions across India, including tier 2 or tier 3 cities. That presents a huge appetite on digital consumptions. I think that's what the largely deserved outcome of 5G. Let me also share with you that Yota is doing in these aspects and what we are, which are these steps we are taking. We have a robust cloud offerings called Yota Enterprise Cloud. We are now taking this to various regions, pan-India, through our extension of data centers across Maharashtra, Greater Noida, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, and West Bengal as well. We are introducing a South availability zone very recently for the Yota Enterprise Cloud. And of course, we have probably, you must have been heard in the news, we are building around 100 edge data centers throughout India, including tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well, which will ensure that our services will reach the last mile and bring digital closer to all.
So thank you for that. Like you mentioned, like digital consumption. So yeah, the digital consumption is going to skyrocket. So it is good that all the infrastructure is being put into place. Now, I'd like to now ask a question to Sudhir Kunder, Country Director, DECIX Interwire India. Now, again, in your introduction, you talked that this will take businesses to the next level and it's a different ball game. So another, interesting is hyperscaling. Any thoughts on how hyperscalers will deal with the new phase of technology? And more importantly, I mean, most of our like data centers are out. We need make in India. Can India become a global data center hub?
Yeah, I mean, the second part of the question is very close to my heart because I've been fortunate enough to see the hockey stick curve that has been there in this industry for the past 2 years. And by virtue of this role that has been offered to me by the organization, I've been able to have discussions with both Indian organizations like Dr. Saab's, as well as a lot of multinationals who look at India as the place to be for sure. And I remember one of my conversations with a journalist in October where I told him that, Chennai will become the next El Dorado for our industry, typically because of the fact that there is a moratorium happening around Singapore. And that is also one of the great pieces which will help Chennai evolve other than the Bombay piece. So if you look at it holistically, the role of data centers specifically has never been more important and never been more realized and felt than it has been in the last 2 years of the pandemic. And a complete testament to the whole fact would be that the industry is growing at a CAGR of about 21% as of now. And from 2021 or 20, sorry, wherein we were probably at a 380 odd megawatt capacity. We would see the capacities going up to about 1100 megawatt by 2025. And if you look at the investments that will come in, Mumbai and Chennai will garner about 70% of the investments that come in due to various factors that are in favor of these two geographies. But as Dr. rightly said, there is a lot of business that is going to happen in the hinterlands, and that is where this shift will also be visible for us. By 26, we feel we should see overall invested USD about $8 billion is what we see India to be in. And we've been fortunate enough to witness on our own platform the kind of growth that we've seen in traffic in the last 2 years. Just to put things in perspective, for OTT, you see a 25-15% growth, or a CDN, we've seen 1735% growth, or a gaming, which gives us about 2000 odd percent growth in the last 2 years. In a country of 830 million internet users, 65% of OTT consumption happens in the non-metro areas. And if you see what has happened in terms of consumption, Dr. will agree that 2018 Reliance was the only one which had OTT streaming happening, and they were like a monopoly across India. And end of 2021, you have 46 OTT players doing brisk business in India. So that's the scale of hockey curves that we've been seeing across industries. And hence we feel that overall, there were a couple of areas where, exuberance came into our minds also. One, as rightly said, 5G will bring in its own set of adoption. And our understanding is that very soon, unlike earlier days, adoption will be faster, and on a daily basis over a period of time, in a couple of years, you'll see about 1,25,000 odd devices getting connected to the machines amongst each other very soon. The rack power density is the second piece which we've seen great action on. Third, but not to forget, the government's own initiative of making Bharat digital. And with the digitalization of the country, we've also seen the right kind of steps that they have taken in terms of encouraging the industry to go wide and deep as well. Cloud adoption happens to be the next big accelerator for our exuberance towards seeing why is it that we believe that, yes, initially in the APAC region and then globally also, India will be the destination for the data center space. Coming to hyperscalers, if you see 2016 onwards globally, we've seen the capacity or the participants doubling up actually. And this upturn in the hyperscale activity will transfer to an increase in overall cloud companies also turning to providers for co-location and build to suit, as well as they'll build on their own. So today, we observe that organizations, especially there's a lot of R&D that DKIX Germany does, and we see organizations need a new interconnection service regime tailored for their needs, where they would look at technologies like IoT, AI, and 5G. And one has to depend on other to get the maximum bang for the buck when it comes to the entire solutioning part of it. So we see this change in speed happening worldwide. And at DKIX, we call it as a digital triangle of IoT, AI, and 5G. So when you see the use cases being discussed via verticalization over there, our learning curves are going to be pretty shorter than what it was earlier. You will see connected cars happening today. I mean, if you look at the Mahindra XUV today and imagine if somebody would have told you the same thing 5 years back, we would have said that this guy is actually dreaming, So that part of M&D typically will skyrocket in terms of adoption when these three things fall into place, along with verticals like pharma, education, as Dr. rightly said, and a couple of other industry verticals. Interconnection, I feel, will play a critical component here, and hence it will be the one that will be able to orchestrate all other things that fall around it in terms of the heart, brain, and hand, as I said earlier. While what will be happening is more and more persuasiveness will come in because of the interconnectivity there. Enterprises, we know, are already connecting up, but government also we've seen now wanting to connect up with this. So latency is becoming the new currency today. This will eventually become a cascading effect, and we see the hyperscalers actually making hay while the sun shines, being right place at the right time. And very soon we see a 15 million square feet area kind of a setup happening around in India with these folks. Eventually, when a customer comes in to a data center, while he does the tick marks against the standard line items that he has, he would also want to know how thickly are you connected as a data center, and also do you have the ability to connect up with internet exchange, cloud exchange, and multi-services provisioning at the same time. So they come with a project, and they would want, the customer would come in with a project, and they would want a 1G cloud connect scaling up to 10G within the next 24 to 48 hours. And then within a month, they'll again want to come down to 3. So these are the kind of use cases that we've seen. And if you don't have other component, but have land, building, cooling, manpower, and there is no data, then there is no data center. So typically, if you see, it will play a critical role in the entire evolution of the next growth path that we see. When you come to a hyperscaler, the customer will also seek to lower his latencies and push the services ever closer to the populations where the consumers are. So secondary markets, as it is already being discussed, will then see significant expansion. And we are already seeing action around in cities like Pune, Ahmedabad, and a couple of other places which we never thought will be eventually thought of. And that's great to see, because eventually we would want to see Bharat also being equally connected as much as we today want to see India being connected, So the gap between the Bharat connectivity and the India connectivity will definitely be brought down. With currently we are looking at about 260,000 villages being connected on our broadband, and the headroom is about 6 lakh villages to be connected. So that's the next piece that we see. The most encouraging factor I find is with less legacy infrastructure that the companies today have, it will give them the ability to leapfrog our friends from the US and Europe and integrate new technologies into the space and not be at a disadvantage what we were probably a couple of years back. So that's about it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudhir. So I like that. I mean, when you talk of hyperscaling, India won't hyperscale, Bharat will hyperscale. So really looking forward to that. So my next question is for Himanshu Gupta, Country Manager, Telecom, Media and Entertainment, HPE India. Now, you also initially you talked of, like a quantum leap and all. I'm sure a quantum leap will happen in the enterprise space. So specifically, I'd like to know what kind of ultra low latency applications can Indian enterprises start exploring first? And apart from that, what other changes can we expect in the enterprise space as a result of all of the above changes? Of course, you can also mention what specifically HPE is also doing.
Thank you for that question. I think it's a very relevant question. But as I said earlier, the first phase of development in the 5G use cases will revolve around EMBB. But URLCC is extremely important. Just to demystify what it is, 5G ultra reliable low latency communication service makes it possible to support use cases that require very high reliability and extremely low latency. Now that translates to something like less than 1 millisecond that air transit time for that, or maybe end-to-end hop between the user device and the eNode B in 5G to be around 5 milliseconds. That's the end-to-end time. So it's an extremely demanding service. And the availabilities are in the range of, say, more than 6 to 7 nines. So 99.9999 and that like that, likes of that. So they're used basically in very mission critical environments. For example, the most and the first which comes to our mind is, healthcare industry. And I would see that one of the first use cases will develop around the healthcare industry, while others around, cloud gaming, intelligent transportation, then military grade deployments, then coming to even your industrial automation, robotics. All those spaces will definitely be the next in the line, because Industry 4.0 is where 5G will actually play a major role, and how the factory shop floors will leverage 5G's high availability and the so-called extremely low latency will be the next level of automation in the industry. Now, if you look at what India has done, I think the basic tenet of 5G is about ecosystem development. So the combination of 5G, the combination of AI, the combination of IoT, and the smart platforms. This is what is going to benefit the entire gamut of consumers, even enterprises and society at large. All these use cases will actually come from putting this ecosystem together, and obviously different verticals will leverage one or the other, but all of them are important for the overall development. Now, Indian government, I think in their policy for 5G support, they also very clearly articulated that 5G technology has a potential for ushering a major societal transformation. Now, by establishing a rapid expansion of the role of IT across manufacturing, education, financial services, healthcare, as well as agriculture. So they're very, very clear. And what they're doing around it, they're basically trying to invest $100 billion under the Indian National Digital Communications Policy, we call it NDCP. And their vision is to basically get India's digital infrastructure and support reach to the next $1 trillion as part of the digital services overall plan. We call it Digital India Plan. Now, coming back to how these URLCC cases can be made more relevant and what we can expect the enterprises, to drive the way forward. I would call it, let's look at what healthcare can drive from it. Now, emerging use case, in 5G and augmented reality with, say, assisted surgery, we can actually have surgeons depend on these, surgical AR, which is augmented reality, to target surgical, resections in a more very accurate and objective manner, which means you minimize the risk of relapse. And also with AR assisted surgery, you can actually carry out surgical and diagnostic procedures remotely through the use of robotic arms and sensors, and that's where the sub-millisecond latency is so important, and so on and so forth. If you look at intelligent transportation, it's about connected cars. It's about maintaining the logistics. It's about maintaining the vehicles to the optimum levels of productivity with predictive maintenance and online feedback coming to the system. So all this is extremely dependent on the latency field. Now, if I look at how HP has gathered itself to really help enterprises, especially because the question is more centered on enterprises, to build some of these vertical use cases, I will call HP's approach to be multi-pronged. Since we have a legacy of working in the telco industry, both on the infrastructure side and the software side for the last 25 to 30 years, we exactly know where we can actually make a lot of difference. So if you break the entire gamut of requirements of 5G from a infrastructure OEM perspective, I will call it is focusing on 3-4 pillars. Number one could be around the business and the financial models. And that's very, very important, because that is going to define whether you can really get the right ROI from deployment of 5G. What is going to be the TCO over the next 3 to 5 years? And I think every business is relied. It's a foundation for a business. I think we have a solution there. Second is around the technology aspects. Now you break the total 5G requirements from technology perspective, whether it is a telco or a private 5G deployment. I think you have to have the right network connectivity, right? And for that, the telcos are putting whatever they can. And we have a NFVI, the infrastructure around the NFV is what we have given to the telcos over the last more than 15 years, coming from 2G, 3G, and 4G now. And obviously the disaggregation and the virtualization started only 4 years back, if you look at India. But our experience goes, more than decades. So our ability to literally give those telco validated blueprints, validated designs, by working with the system integrators, by working with the NEPs, the likes of Nokia, Ericsson's, and Samsung's in the world, and also with the ISVs and cloud players, Red Hat, and other players, we've been able to literally build that platform which is completely risk-free. It is very easy to really deploy. And if you go to the likes of our customers in the country, all the telcos, all the leading telcos, we command a very high share of the infrastructure there. And you can ask the level of ease with which they're able to deploy my platforms. So we have a lot of learning coming from that NFVI deployments over the last 4-5 years, and our ability to literally go and build a very unique and very, I would say, a vanilla type of a box, which is completely black box for an enterprise. It's very, very high. So we've already launched something called as private 5G. We call it HP core stack, and we call it private 5G in a box, where we try and manage the, the infrastructure part, the cloud layer by partnering with the likes of Airspan. And we also have, covered the so-called the RAN part. And in the RAN, we have our own, so-called RAN solution, which is built around the open RAN technology, because that is where the future is, completely disaggregated, multi-vendor, and able to, use virtual functions, and everything is software defined there. So we have our own technology. We have a product which fulfills that need, which is DL110 Gen 10 Plus server. And it's actually an end-to-end solution, which is again having blueprints with accelerator cards coming from, Intel and the likes of Qualcomm and all, which we already announced a few days back, in fact. And we can build the complete platform end-to-end in a private 5G with the O-RAN piece coming, with the software, the hardware, and the manageability piece. So we also have, come up with our orchestration solutions, because if you look at the HP's legacy, the software IPs have existed for the last 2 decades, and we're able to today give orchestration solutions for the OSS, right? We also have service assurance, we have eSIM, all these software portfolio. Now, for a enterprise who's looking to grow in the 5G space, they don't want to really get into 100 things. They want to have a peace of mind, simplified approach. So they need a end-to-end solutioning. Now, HP, with this technology prowess, with understanding with the software vendors and known IPs on the software, working with the the ecosystem partners and the ISVs, we are able to build and give everything in a box to a customer. And I personally feel this is where we'll be able to add a lot of value to private 5G deployments. And along with that, we also have our Aruba arm, which is able to integrate Wi-Fi seamlessly with the cellular networks. So we're actually able to integrate them with Wi-Fi 6, which is where I think a lot of people are discussing how we can do a very, very well interconnection between Wi-Fi, say in case of very dense indoor environments and retail shops and those places wherein there's a difficulty for the signal to penetrate. So I think we have an end-to-end story, and enterprises can definitely leverage in a big way from us. Now, coming to the last part, which I discussed first, was around the financial modeling and the business plan around it. Now, it's a risk-full area, whether it's enterprise or telcos, whatever use cases they pick up and start working jointly, I think they will look at how they can bring down the risk. And I think HP has proactively understood that, not now, but I think several years back, and we launched something called as HP GreenLake. Now, it is a pay-per-use and pay-as-you-grow consumption model where you can consume IT, services, software, and entire ecosystem of 5G with HP's GreenLake offering. Now, it becomes very easy for a customer to decide, I want to deploy a 5G use case tomorrow. Say a Maruti decides, or a Hero decides, or Asian Paints decides, they can buy this box from us. We give end-to-end solution, including services, softwares. We might become the single neck to choke, but for a customer, it becomes a risk-free exercise, and they're only going to invest what they're going to need initially, and they can keep growing and they can keep adding. So pay-as-you-grow model, which is where I think the industry needs that, and HP felt the need, and we have been able to take that lead.
Okay.
That is a way I would want to look at the requirements of enterprises.
Yeah. So thank you. Looks like 5G will be enabling a lot of industries and also a lot of emerging technologies.
Absolutely.
So look forward to that. So, now coming to Vinay Jain, Director, Regional Sales Service Provider Architecture, Cisco India. Now, everybody has spoken about, 4.0, IoTs and all that. I'd like to ask you something about private 5G networks. So can you speak about private 5G networks and their role in the IoT ecosystem and, of course, Industry 4.0?
No, absolutely. So I think we already heard Dr. Said talking about that the infrastructure transformation which is happening, which is in preparation to all these 5G private 5G use cases to be exploited. Mr. Sunil talked about how the whole hyperscaling aspect will be from Bharat point of view. We already have a stated policy from government or stated mission from government to go to a 5 trillion economy, which means. And we have been, I'll say, like, we are very fortunate to be in a time where we have best of the combination of technology enablers, as well as some of those global shifts from the supply chain point of view, etc., which is kind of putting us into the best position to really leverage all these technology enablers and really leapfrog, to achieve that stated mission of the government. So I think everything you talked about, Sunil, Dr. Said, and Himanshu, all that is very relevant. It's our collective prerogative to make sure that we simplify the whole offering so that it is easy for everybody to consume in the marketplace, whether it is operator or the end customers, vertical segments, or area enterprises, right? So that's something which is I think the need is well established. Everybody understands that, and everybody is really driving towards making that happen. So and again, like since 5G happened quite extensively across the globe, all that becomes available to us. There are a lot of learnings which we have gone through, our industry has gone through, and those things are getting baked into the way solutions are being offered, right? Whether it is a 5G, private 5G, or how it kind of enables the whole industry 4.0 ecosystem. So if you look at industrial IoT operations, what they expect is faster and more secure and easier to deploy access technologies. This demand is very clear, and I can tell you going forward, we'll see more and more businesses using it as a competitive advantage in their marketplace. This is especially true for enterprises with increasing complex infrastructures, where no need for them to be very efficient in their outcomes is paramount, right? So this is given, and everybody will really go for it. As I said, we are in a very good sweet spot to really be able to leverage with those underlying enablers. As wireless technology evolved to provide enhanced throughput, better latency, and reliability based on the whole concept of 5G, which Himanshu touched upon, industrial IoT decision makers must learn how best to leverage and deploy the technology in their infrastructure. Otherwise, they are all going to be really disadvantaged in terms of their competitive positioning in the marketplace. What we see is businesses across the globe are kind of collectively investing close to $4.3 trillion in information technology to digitize business informations to take advantage of cloud transformed industrial efficiencies, right? So that's a massive investment which is happening across the globe, realizing the efficiencies which cloud transformed technologies are offering to them. Similarly, they're investing close to $34 billion today in operational technology to digitize their business operations through wireless and IoT connectivity for improved productivity. Right, so these are the two aspects where the major investments are happening. But where we see the most advantage coming is at the convergence of IT and OT, the information technology and the operational technology, where we have when we look at that convergence, it allows us for advanced analytics and automation to produce massive gains in productivity and efficiency. And all the early adopters across the globe of private 5G are already benefiting from these gains. So we have already seen across the globe operators and vertical segments realizing these benefits as the early adopters. If you look at technology specifically today, like low latency in a closed loop use case is handled through wired technology based on Ethernet time-sensitive networking standards or local computing, right? This is how it is being utilized today. For example, in an automated guided vehicle environment on a shop floor, on a industrial floor, if it detects a human, it has to stop immediately. It cannot rely on communication media to prevent that kind of accidents. So the local computing becomes very, very critical for such use cases or such deployment initiatives. So a mix of local computing is also that which plays a key role here. Just talking about 5G, and Himanshu touched upon this. 3GPP release 16 defines URLLC, which is ultra reliable low latency communication standards, which requires less than 5 millisecond per Mbps stream. Obviously the stretch goal or target is 1 millisecond per 1 Mbps stream. So that's the kind of target they're working towards. In private 5G industrial deployments, this is expected to lead industrial innovation in process control and automation. So we will continuously see more and more adoption of this as we move forward. 3GPP and 5G Alliance for Connected Industrial and Industries and Automation, which is basically 5G AICA Forum, are now evaluating how this TSN, the whole time-sensitive networking technologies a standard could help on such wireless technologies and use cases, right? So release 16 is kind of right now defining more specific features and capabilities for URLLC. And also it is expected that 3G release 17 will further provide detailed coverage on use cases and further refinement of standards related to URLLC. So from industry prerogative or industry initiative point of view, I think everybody realizes those aspects, and they are all kind of working towards more and more refinement on those aspects. We clearly see a massive opportunity in front of us as far as private 5G is concerned, and how it is going to enable the whole Industry 4.0 revolution.
Yeah, thank you. Looking forward to those benefits accruing to us all. So actually we are almost out of time, but maybe we can have like one parting sentence. If you can just all of you in one sentence, what do you think is the one big 5G cloud game changer that will emerge in the future? So maybe just 4 ideas, 4 sentences from all of you, just in any order.
Yeah, I'll take that. Indeed, it's a very interesting question. Actually, 5G definitely a major boon to edge applications that we have already discussed. It also creates lots of collaborations, like Yota collaborated with the DECIX very recently. Those kind of collaborations with the telcos and indeed data center and cloud providers as a service is going to be very much blurred, being edge service providers kind of. It also must be noted that the edge applications will become more dominant. Cloud will be, of course, unifying component. So, of course, there will be an orchestration layer we need to build within the cloud to support the edge edges across globe or edges across India, whatever you say. It will play, of course, cloud will play a central role in an organizational digital infrastructure. We are seeing this happen in the form of growing cloud native platforms already. While there is a rise of smarter edge, it can't operate. Of course, it can't operate its own. Cloud is the overreaching platform that connects everything together. That's my point of view.
Cloud is a great unifier.
Absolutely. No, I agree with Dr. Said. And as I mean, clearly, cloud is the way which the cloud is what is going to drive the whole innovation ecosystem, right? So you'll see much more wider set of ecosystem of innovations, which will be driven over cloud, and technology consumption through cloud will get simplified. For a faster adoption, time to market kind of thing is going to be again pushed very rapidly across the verticals. I see this is a big game changer coming our way.
So while there is a lot of benefits that has been spoken about, I think cloudification of network will also be one of the key things that we will be able to see in the very short span of time. And while we talk to a lot of our customers, we figure out that especially those in the gaming or those in that kind of an industry which requires the widespread easy access mode, it's here to stay and grow is what we've seen. And we believe that multiple use cases which are currently on paper will see rapid deployments, as well as outcome-based, positive business case-based proof of concepts to be rolled out in the near future because of the kind of triangulation that we've mentioned earlier.
Thanks, Sudhir. So Himanshu, you have the last word. You can.
I'll stick it to one sentence. I will
Sure.
I will possibly put it: who wins the race? And just to explain that a bit, see, hyperscalers and the digital service providers, which are our telecom operators, are having a big, future strategy which is going to be tested. So today it's a day of cooperation and competition. So they are going to compete also. They're going to work together also. But who wins the race is going to be the real money spinner in the long run. I would be very happy to understand and see, and maybe come back and discuss after 5 years and see who won the race. Because with the type of paychecks they have, the type of pockets they have, hyperscalers are there, which the edge data centers, edge computing proliferating, expected to do hugely in the next 3 to 4 years. It will be very important to say how the digital service providers and operators build their value in the entire value chain, and can they really compete in that space, or they become behind the hyperscalers and they take the lead with the enterprises and the overall market. So that is one thing which I would want to look forward to.
Those are very interesting comments. So I'd like to thank the panel for a very informative and forward-looking discussion. And I guess finally 5G, we're looking forward to some really exciting times. So thank you everyone for those.
Thank
insights.
you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks
a lot.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, speakers, for such an informative session. Now, the biggest question we all have revolves around cybersecurity space, speed and high volume data, AI with humans, enterprises, data availability, integrity issues, and many issues the enterprises are facing. This session on artificial intelligence and cybersecurity in the network will focus on the various challenges faced and the solutions needed. For the session, I would like to call upon Venkat Krishnapur, VP of Engineering and Managing Director, Trellix India, Matan Babu Kasilingam, CISO, Vodafone Idea Limited, Priya Kanduri, CTO and VP, Cybersecurity Services, Happiest Minds Technologies, Abhish Kulkarni, Practice Manager, Advisory and Professional Services, AI Data Analytics, HPE India, Vishak Raman, Director, Security Business, Cisco India and SARC. The session will be moderated by Anil Chopra, Vice President, Research and Consulting, Cyber Media Research. Over to you, Anil.
Well, thanks, Smriti, for introducing the panelists and introducing this interesting panel discussion, which is on AI and cybersecurity in the network. Today, if we look at it, AI can be both an ally as well as an adversary, to the already challenging cybersecurity landscape. And it's no longer really a tool being used for productive and positive purposes. Even bad actors now are using it as a force multiplier. And this entire new era that we're seeing of offensive AI uses all kinds of machine learning to supercharge cyber attacks now, which can result in unpredictable, contextualized, faster, and even more stealth attacks. One such example is deepfakes, which leverage powerful technologies from machine learning and AI to kind of manipulate audio and video content with a high potential to deceive. In fact, in 2019, there was a report where an audio deepfake was used to persuade a CEO to transfer 220,000 euros to a fraudster's account. That is the power of deepfake. Now, when it comes to telcos, I think telecom networks are, some of the most data-intensive businesses in the world due to their scale. And, with Voice being just one of the services that they offer, there are kind of many other industries are relying on telecom networks for their entire data connectivity needs, whether it's for e-commerce or for OTT or for social media apps, various messengers. And now, we're having IoT services as 5G implementations go mainstream. So now I think, when it comes to telcos, there's a need to develop capabilities to detect, interpret, and respond to attacks as quickly as the attackers. And of course, I'm saying telcos, but obviously the same thing is applicable to any large enterprise today. As the attack surface is simply too large for humans to handle in a lot of these in the entire cyber defense ecosystem, leverage AI to fight back. And that's a question that we're going to explore today. So welcome everyone to this panel once again. And my first question will be to you, Matan, about this entire trend of offensive AI. How really worrying is this trend for you? And you've kind of been through, you've handled large networks across financial services, you've handled large network now at mobile player. So how worrying is this trend, and what can new value can AI ML really add to cybersecurity, apart from speed and high volume data crunching that AI has always been known for doing?
So I look at it from two aspects. One, the AI ML being used by the adversary, and potentially the AI ML that is being put across to use within the defender's hand appropriately. Obviously, it's an extremely high worrying fact that the adversaries' models, especially in the AI ML part of it, their models are extremely in advanced stages. Given the criteria that there is no need for them to have a boundary condition when they are doing it in an offensive manner. There is no boundary to them. They are obviously much more enriched manner that is available with the adversary. So that's the first thing which is worrying fact for us. However, on the other side, if the similar AI ML as a technology, when it is put to use in the defending team's hand, obviously we are restricted with the quantum of information that is available within our hand, because we see obviously from the perspective that we would want to look at. So to train and coach the model, firstly, we have very limited data sets possibly available within the enterprise fraternity. Even being a telco, we have our own constraints as to what should I, what have I within the legal framework as a possibility to look into. So the quality of the data set and the availability of the content itself in the defender's hand is far more lesser as lucratively available with the offending adversary. So that typically puts us in a back foot, largely because the ability for me to quickly evolve the AI, it relatively is going to take more time than what it is taking for the adversary, right? So is AI/ML good? Definitely a well-evolved technology that we should put to use. However, it in the hands of offensive side of it, it is actually going to be I would see it as a negative trend for me to look at. So obviously, humongous volume of data. In the defender hand, it is still relatively less for us to contextually look at. The context and depth today is largely depend on the boundary that the enterprise would want to expand itself into. Given what we are discussing from a telco standpoint, like I briefly touched upon, no matter I am there as a road rail that is provided to most of customers, either in mobility space or in the enterprise space, given the boundary restrictions that we will operate, unless otherwise these enterprise customers become in a manner a managed service customer, where there is an engagement to look deeper into the data, bring in the context of what we want to look in from the security angle, it becomes relatively difficult. So evolution of a telco as a vertical into a technology provider for these enterprises, we are actually much aid of enhancing the security portfolio that a telco can offer to their customers.
Thanks, Matan. I think good context you have set on this in terms of the adversaries actually being more prepared, for offensive attacks. So, Venkat, I'd like to understand from you about how is this, AI being really brought into the entire cybersecurity ecosystem, considering that, this is the kind of situation that we're in right now, as Matan pointed out.
So let me just begin. First of all, AI is not new, right? I mean, when you kind of look through the articles and how it evolved, the ability of computers to think like humans and designing it to think like humans has been in discussion since the 1950s. And what has happened over the many years, like there were many theories that would come and then go, etc., primarily because, a few things had not evolved at that point of time till around the 1990s and 2000 and beyond. What has made AI a reality today is really around, three things in my view. First of all, the compute power has significantly increased, and it is only increasing, and with the technologies such as quantum computing, it can only get even more powerful, right? That's the first factor. The second aspect is around the data itself. And when you talk about data, I'll kind of talk about the 4 V's. And the third one is the cloud. So when we look at the compute power, today we're talking about parallel computing, multi-core hardware processors. You have FPGAs like a a field programmable array. Then you have ASICs, which are application-specific integrated circuits, GPUs that are being used. So the compute power. So in the past, the compute power drove the output. Today, the output is driving the compute power, which means it's the data that is driving the compute power in some ways. So that advancement has been significant. And then when you look at data itself, I talked about talking about the 4 V's. It's about the variety of data, the volume of data, the velocity of the data, and the veracity of the data. So when you look at variety in the cybersecurity space for companies and vendors who have been in this space for a number of years, like we have been over many decades, the amount of data that we have from a variety standpoint is just phenomenal. So you have the good and the bad data that we see. I think that puts us at a significantly higher advantage. The volume of data is the other aspect. And when you look at the volume of data today, the rate at which new malware is coming in is just humongous. And we have the volume, right? And the velocity at the rate at which it is coming in, I think is significantly high. And what this does, it is perfect from a data analytics standpoint using artificial intelligence. So we use AI and the concepts of AI to do the classifications and then do the analytics and the predictive analytics and all of that because it's extremely ideal. And when you look at AI, it is learning and adapting. And when you look at cybersecurity and our own philosophy to cybersecurity, it's about being able to learn and adapt. We never say that we have 100% foolproof mechanism that will stop all attacks, right? And it's like essentially making a default assumption that we're going to be breached or we have already been breached. And it's all about learning and adapting. And AI perfectly fits into that kind of a model and a scenario. So to your question, I think, with all these factors coming in together, and we work heavily in the cloud where a lot of the data analytics happens, we have a very perfect sweet spot as far as using AI for cybersecurity is concerned. And that's what we have been doing as a company.
Thanks, Venkat. I think good, valid points. Compute is available, but then the volume, variety, and veracity of data is also increased, which kind of sets AI, in the perfect place to be, utilized to kind of manage that, being able to analyze that data and do all the kind of predictive and preventive, cybersecurity, combating cybersecurity threats. So thanks a lot. Priya, I have a different question for you. I believe you've been doing at Happiest Mind a lot of new interesting use cases. You've been putting AI to a lot of interesting use cases. Can you tell us a little bit about some of the things that you've been doing?
Sure, Anil. And that is an interesting take, definitely. See, predominantly AI/ML, as Venkat was also just talking about, and AI/ML has been around, and in the past couple of years, we've seen a lot of usage in terms of threat detection, threat analysis, and in some areas, threat prevention, remediation. AI/ML comes in handy in terms of gathering data, analysis, helping security experts with quicker decision making, etc. Those areas we've been doing a lot of work, and that's predominantly in the direct security operations and cyber defense area. But there are also some advanced areas of work that we have been doing, and something that we have been recommending all our customers to definitely implement, because that's like the that should become the de facto cyber defense strategy moving forwards in some of those areas. Those include, for example, AI to anticipate attacks, by way of luring attackers, something like a honeypot technologies. especially for the cloud environments. That's something where you set up honeypots, lure attackers into these simulated environments, so you can analyze the strategies, components, and the code specifically. And also these are on-demand sandbox kind of environments, using which the files and any extensions can be quickly decoded, executed before we take further decisions on such transactions, or those users are to be encouraged, or do we take those transactions from those IP addresses, those regions. There's a lot of intelligence that can be gathered for further prevention and more threat defense possible. That's one of the areas. And then there is definitely transaction level fraud prevention. That's one of the most attacked area for retail companies, especially in the last 2 years, transaction level fraud. So there are solutions. We work closely with digital businesses to, to provide real-time monitoring of those payment transactions, use ML techniques to identify anomalies and potential fraud attempts. And these models can also be trained to identify users' behavior, especially the consumer's behavior, login processes, and prevent any account takeover. Those are the fastest growing online fraud techniques today. We work closely with the data scientists from our retail customers in terms of identifying behaviors that don't fit in with a typical legitimate account holder, and stop impersonation. That's another use case. Account takeovers is another huge fraud in online transactions today. There are technologies available, wide usage of technologies with respect to Microsoft Azure ADS, and there's Okta, OneLogin, all context-aware authentication and access management. Once again, AI/ML adoption to implement, to take all external variables into account. What is the level of risk that enterprises can digest when user transactions are taking place with respect to authentication, authorization, access control. A lot of intelligence that's gathered, once again, using AI/ML techniques before we authorize and authenticate a user or not. And that becomes completely context aware. It goes a lot beyond your traditional MFAs, etc. And that's something that, once again, we are implementing for all the customers. We are encouraging all our customers to go for context-aware authentication and authorization, which is nothing but a lot of AI/ML context usage. And prevention of ransomware is one more area, definitely. This is, again, there are two ways. One is detection and the other one is prevention. And everybody understands patch management. Very good patch management system is the solution for ransomware. But it's not possible to do because there are thousands of vulnerabilities that are thrown, thousands of alerts coming in. Where do we implement the techniques of right patch management? Again, AI/ML based tools and technologies. Microsoft is one example. RiskSense is another example. That helps prioritize and also gather enough intelligence so you are able to focus on high risk systems first versus the low risk systems, and also which need. And then it also gets into a self-healing kind of mode. The endpoints will eventually be able to self-heal themselves, and that itself is the other use case that I was going to talk about, self-healing. Systems being able to, that's the other use case, where these endpoints become capable of correlating the threat data from emails, endpoints, identities, applications, transactions, and being able to assign risk codes to each and every one of those events and identify which of those will need fixing and alert the analyst. So our human interaction becomes less. That helps self-healing in the whole space of endpoint detection and prevention and EDR areas, and advanced end user computing. That's another use case that we are doing a lot of work in. These are the 5 areas which are the next gen use cases for us, Anil. Something that we are doing a lot of work in, and the AI/ML, the power of AI/ML really comes to the front when we are looking at such use cases, and we are encouraging all our customers to go for implement those.
Thanks, Priya. I think good to hear all the use cases that that you're talking about. Many of them are actual key enterprise pain points. They've always been pain points, and it's good to see that AI is actually now coming in to kind of help enterprises combat some of those key pain points, patch management, for instance, or the honeypots. So very interesting to hear all those perspectives. Thanks a lot, Priya. Abhish, my question to you, as Priya also talked about, there are, all these general pain points that have been there for a long time, and now because offensive AI has kind of picked up pace, it's important that you use AI for combating these pain points, which basically means that the pace of these offensive AI that's increasing, right? According to all the reports that we're seeing. Now, what can organizations really do to speed up the pace of development of their AI-based initiatives and models and be ready to protect their IT infrastructure now?
Hey, thanks, Anil. I think very interesting question. And from HP side, we are doing a lot of work in this area. And I think thanks for the insight shared by Priya and Matan sir as well as Venkat. I think what we are trying to do is align ourselves strategically in three major areas. Around security, cyber security, as well as the AI. So the first and foremost is the hardware. As Venkat sir was also talking about, there's a lot of innovation that is happening in the hardware area now. So we have the hardware infrastructure available today, which is like kind of really custom made for training as well as for inferencing. So gone are the days where we used to have a general purpose hardware, and you can run whatever workload on top of that. HP has invested in specific coming up with a specific infrastructure for accelerated training, because again we all agree that we have tons of data, and also Matan sir was telling that the more data we have, the better model we can make. So how can we have an infrastructure where we can quickly churn maximum amount of data to come up with the better models? So we are investing in coming up with a very, very specific hardware infrastructure for training as well as for inferencing. These are two sides of any AI deployment as a whole. So you constantly keep on training, enhancing your models, and then you deploy those models to the production where actually the inferencing happens. On the second side, which is a software, again, we are strategically aligned here with the needs of our customers. And we have launched one platform called HP Esmeralda. I think it's one of the best platforms, for any enterprises to kickstart their AI or machine learning journey as a whole, or we would call it as more of an exploration. As one of our customers calls AI as an exploration and not a journey, because you will keep on learning newer things as you go along. So this software platform actually packages a lot of tools which are required for any organization to quickly start developing AI models. So one is you inherit the models from some of the application providers, or you can create your own models very rapidly. So this platform actually provides you the ability to quickly create new models and deploy as per your need. This will also give a lot of federation to how a data can be governed, because that is another area, and there is a lot of compliance around telco. What data can be shared, what data cannot be shared, how you can avoid generating biases within a model that you create, how can you anonymize data. So there's a lot of regulation that goes along how the data can be used to create newer models. So these software tools actually give you that flexibility to be within the compliance infrastructure of the country and develop those models. The third pillar is on the services side. So we have our own advisory and professional services organization, which works like a system integrator for our customers. So including the hardware, software, and our services, we can really help our customers to quickly start this journey of starting with the machine learning and adoption of AI and deploy those models very quickly.
Thanks, Abhish. Thanks for taking us through the the hardware, software, and services part of how HPE is providing solutions for kickstarting or fast tracking AI initiatives for enterprises. Vishak, you've heard a lot of these interesting points, and I know that Cisco has a lot of interesting AI ML solutions for enterprises. So I'd like to know your views about some of the changes that are happening that you're seeing in the cybersecurity space, to combat this new offensive AI especially if you could stress on, the, from the point of view of large telecom networks that carry so much business critical data. Would be, great to hear your perspective on that.
Hey, thanks, Anil, and thanks rest of the panel. They set up a good stage for it. But I would like to simplify where AI detection of the threat. It can be a predictive threat or it can be a reactive threat. Actually, on the detection side of it, both predictive and reactive. And the top 5 use cases, what we saw in the market is very clearly, I think Priya alluded to it very well, is transaction fraud detection. That's the first use case. The second big use case, what we saw in the globe, is file-based malware detection. Right? How do you apply use cases around AI to detect file-based malware detection? How do you look at process behavior analysis? And how do you differentiate between an abnormal system behavior? And the last detection piece where we saw was web domain and reputation assessment. So if you look at it, predominantly use cases are around detection. And let me double click and give you one use case, a practical one, which we kind of practice it at Cisco, especially on the telecom side of it. We run one of the world's largest domain reputation solution, which is called as Umbrella. Users spread across 190 countries, and the peering relationship is more than about 900 top ISPs, where we kind of do a BGP and content delivery networks to add that. But when we take that volume of data and then we apply it for a telecom network, how do you actually build those practical use cases? For example, we use an ML algorithm called spike rank model. That means if we see a malicious activity, have we seen it across the globe in multiple other carriers? And we also do something called predictive IP space monitoring. So we kind of use an ML technique to look at, have we found this particular domain name? What's the reputation of the domain? We use a specific ML algorithm called domain generation algorithm. How recent that website was coming in. Because most of the hackers allude to a malicious website to download their payload, right? So we kind of give a domain generation algorithm a score where we kind of rate and then say this domain, the quality of the domain, where we have seen it in the past. So most of the telecom players use that scoring very effectively, look at blocking at the carrier level if the domain is actually malicious, right? And if Cisco Umbrella actually gives a rating saying that, yeah, this seems to be a newest domain, and we saw a very process behavior which is very specific to a malware family. That means, because you cannot control how many new domains can be created, right? So somewhere at the back end to sort of get those huge volume of data, we apply a huge ML techniques to normalize that and then correlate back to those specific carriers from a detection, and that to a predictive part. And I think that's where the market is shifting. It's no more a reactive. Can you predict an attack, right, at the brewing stage? And typically, a victim is used to go and download a payload from a malicious domain. So if you have a IP predictive spacing, you will know exactly from which IP, what reputation which it came from. Is it malicious, not malicious? And when is it you have seen it in the wild? And with the specific malware family attached to it. So I think a huge amount of work is going on the detection part of it. And as some of the panels actually touched upon on the remediation part of it, right? It's getting a lot of work done on security, operational, and task automation, especially the SOAR part of it. Can you simplify that automation part of it, right? And that's something Cisco is actually working on. But you can predict what you can detect. And so you can prevent what you can actually detect. So if you make the detection much more stronger, both predictive and reactive part of it, your your attack against those malicious actors becomes much better, and you're going to use AI in a far more effective way, in a simplified form, applying it in policy, detection, and response point of view. Back to you, Anil.
Thanks, Vishak. I think from all the panelists, I heard the word predictive come out in a big way, that, AI is being used for predictive and, to prevent attacks. I think preventive, a lot of solutions have already, been doing the preventive part of it. But now it's time to look at predictive, which is why, my next question comes to Matan. Being a user, and managing the security of a large network, what's really stopping us from making cybersecurity really predictive and extremely responsive? If we are now having the power of AI, as so many of our co-panelists have talked about today.
I think the challenge is largely not the technology limitation for us to begin with, Anil. That's not the limitation where we are finding it difficult to deploy this over the predictive analytics. While Venkat and Priya shared a lot of views around where it has been attempted to be deployed, the quantum of time and effort to understand the data set that is available within a corporate itself is a massive amount of time that is being spent. So when we look at it from a fraud analytics, I worked on these domain. That's precisely the reason that I am trying to highlight, to build a fraud analytics platform, no matter where native models came in from. Unless otherwise, the ability for us to look into the data sets and refine this constantly, the ability to predict, even in a very prescriptive data set that was available with us, the prediction model was evolving from, say, an accuracy rate of, say, 80% to begin with. To achieve a 95%, there was mammoth amount of effort that were to be put out. And I'm sure all people who engage with data scientists do acknowledge and understand the difficulties. Once you have achieved the 95, every single percentage increase that you were to show, it is the mammotthness only becomes multifold, right? So the issue is largely the expertise, the knowledge levels of people in understanding these data sets and making it into a analytical model that is applicable to each of the enterprises. And most so often that I have seen is that data set that is applicable, majority of these security players have built, say, for industry vertical, and tried and come back to yet another customer belonging to the same industry vertical. Even over there, the model has to be coached, refined, and fine-tuned to a greater extent before it can become a acceptable, usable model for a customer. So the challenge is because internally we are all not a net new Gen Z born company. We have been historically been here in the industry, evolved with a variety of technologies that have put in forth over multiple decades. Each of these have different variety of information in different formats that it sends back. So refining this data set in the most appropriate manner to make it predictive is where the largest challenge lies. It's normally claimed that garbage in, garbage out. It's exactly applicable to the AI models that gets built. So the predictability, we are far from reality when it comes to predictability. It is not that it is not possible to achieve. It is a quantum of time and expertise that are required to spend. There are partners who come and try and build this across, who lack typically the end enterprise domain knowledge on understanding these data sets, which is where bridging this gap makes it slightly more difficult for us. While in the adversary side, all this time, energy, effort, domain expertise people do have, and they have the ability to coach and build this far more quickly, right? That's a flip side of it.
Yeah, absolutely, Matan. I think you hit the nail on the head. On one side, you have so much of data and you'll be able to create models, and even to achieve 1% more of accuracy beyond 95% is a mammoth task. And on the other side, the adversaries are already having a lot of skill sets to be able to use AI in the manner to be able to do harm. which is where, my question to you comes in, Venkat, is in terms of this, where are we seeing in terms of, how evolved is this really adversarial or offensive AI? And, what can the cyber defense side really do to be better equipped here to combat some of the challenges that Matan really talked about?
So,
Venkat gives the answer.
Matan, give a couple of minutes of your perspective and I'll add on to that.
well. So when I say offensive AI, it is largely to look at it from teaming, whichever format or not. Looking from the shoes of how a typical attack methodology may evolve, there are hypothesis-based simulation that typically corporates, in name of offensive, I wouldn't want to call it out as completely offensive. For the simple reason, offensive is cross-border, beyond your boundary of corporate. That's how I look at it. Nominating few to do that within your own border is exactly what I think corporates can put to use to evolve this very quickly. Over to you, Venkat.
Thanks, Matan. So my response is, we live in a world where it's a cat and mouse game, right? So we develop technology, and right behind us are these attackers and the criminals and so on and so forth, who are constantly looking to see how do we overcome that new technology that we might come up with, right? So we need, for us to survive as an industry, we need to make sure that regardless of which new technology we develop, we are constantly surging ahead so that we don't give the advantages of, or any advantage to the hackers. So when you look at it from an AI perspective, adversarial machine learning is exactly what these cyber criminals are trying to do, where they are using machine learning models to understand our own machine learning and then apply that to circumvent and overcome that. And we see various forms of how they do that, right? So you have they can do it in a white box environment. They can do it in a in a black box environment. So which means like they use evasion tactics. They use they use the data itself to confuse and manipulate the classification models, and that you reverse engineering all the time, trying to figure out how is the model thinking so that they can circumvent. So this is a cat and mouse game that is a reality. And to your question in terms of how do we manage that, I think a lot of that goes back to something that I also stated earlier, right? Which means since a lot of the attacks actually happens through data manipulation, I think and how the algorithms are built and how they're equipped. It's about hardening these algorithms and making them aware, and especially the data when you're going through the learning phase and teaching the models how they need to classify, how they need to respond, and so on and so forth. What you really need to do is make sure that you're providing, not only just clean data, but there is also other kinds of data that needs to go in. Some of the other techniques that we also do is like, we'd have to do threat modeling. Typically, like we do in a traditional cyber security kind of an environment, threat modeling is something that we have to do. And we kind of understand how, think like the criminal, and then apply how is he going to change the data? What is the data that is exposed? How do we make sure that, even if he tampers with the data, how is my model going to respond to that in such a way that it doesn't get fooled or foxed? Then it's about also creating attack simulations, right? It's about, using, thinking again like the attacker, and then devising attack strategies, etc., that are built into your testing of your algorithms and of the models and everything else. And you also need to have countermeasure designs. So which means like, if this happens, how do I respond? Right? It's also about making sure that you have built-in systems that can detect noise. There's a significant amount of noise that can be introduced into your data to confuse the data. In often cases, oftentimes you don't even need significant amount of data. With a very small change to the value or the type of data, or either through obfuscation or through any other means, by data tampering, you can completely fox the system. What would be a dog can become a cat in no time by simple data manipulation. And what we need to do is make sure that we've built in systems and hardened our models in such a way that they're not going to get foxed. If we are talking about making sure that we have adversarial training in some way, it's about sanitizing the training data in such a way that you have both clean data, bad data, and a mix of using game theory models that will simulate certain conditions and think of what are the kind of situations that might crop up and pass that into another model, and therefore they work in tandem in what is known as distillation process, where you're able to then use the combined information to make sure that you're not getting foxed, right? So there are, like, the attackers are constantly trying to come and then use the very own technologies that we have, the tactics, the techniques, and the procedures that we develop. So we also need to constantly evolve, and it's about constantly learning, constantly evolving, constantly responding to threats, and a certain pattern you're able to detect and then say, hey, this is the kind of pattern I have. And the advantage that you get with the compute power that we have in the data and the classifications that have happened subsequently from these data models is your ability to do predictive analytics. So I think, with all of this, we have, as long as you have the right data, you have the right mechanisms, your algorithms are solidified. I think all of these go together to make your whole AI process that much more sticky and that much more stronger.
Thank you, Venkat. Absolutely, yeah. What you said is the right path, but that's it'll take a lot of effort to be able to harden all the algorithms and be able to do a lot of those steps that you talked about. But yeah, absolutely, I think that it needs to be done. Priya, which is where an interesting question to you comes in. And of course, just to keep a time check, we have about 5 minutes left. So I would request everyone to keep the answers short and to the point. Priya, which scenario do you think now is faster given the current situation, and which is better and more effective against attackers? AI with humans in the loop or without them? What will really work better?
Yeah, one of the issues that we are trying to solve using AI ML in cyber defense is the human burnout. There's too much information to process. There's a lot of and it's a 24/7 kind of work. There's information to process and information that's not being processed to worry about. This is the problem that AI ML addresses, the machine learning addresses. But at the same time, machine learning, completely AI ML driven models can throw a lot of false positives, which is more counterproductive than effective. And so what would be best is definitely a combination of human experts with machine learning, which is also, what I'm trying to get to is supervised machine learning that can have better results than a completely human or completely machine driven cyber defense mechanism. We definitely need human intervention or human in the loop to analyze the data, to see how malicious the threats are. AI/ML can throw a lot of false positives. We need somebody to analyze and also annotate that data, which can go back as a feedback into the system. So the systems are constantly fed data. They can pick up suspicious activity using the ML skills. And then human analysts will take a look and judge whether those, how suspicious those events are, what are the risk scores, what needs fixing versus what is just an alert or alarm, and then the feedback goes back into the system, and there is a constant improvement mechanism. That's what's really required. This will help enterprises who already have human analysts in place because all the knowledge can be fed into the system. This also helps enterprises where there is lack of human skills because they can benefit from the intelligence that is processed by other enterprises. The tools and technologies bring in this kind of intelligence from all over the world, and they can benefit from that. And end of the day, our attackers are humans. Unless you have humans defending, you cannot completely protect an enterprise. Human behavior requires human behavior for analysis. For known threats, AI/ML, and for implementing new models and bringing in new patterns and new intelligence, we definitely need human in the equation.
Thanks, Priya. Absolutely. I think AI cannot just run on its own. It does require supervision, and it requires the required skill sets. And that is where my next question to you comes, Abhish. I think Mathan also referred to it that, you need to have the required skill sets to be able to, train, models and be able to, combat, have AI implementation algorithms in place and all that. So, and it's one of the topmost concerns, skilled resources. And it's an area where everyone's struggling. So what's being done to really help enterprises pick up the pace of AI adoption despite the skill gap?
Yeah, so we are trying to help in two ways. I would put it that way. So the first one is, we already have quite a large amount of resources, the investment that we have done upfront to get these professionals with us in our center of excellence as well as in our delivery center. So we leverage our India as well as the worldwide center of excellence as well as the delivery centers to deliver those AI solutions to our customers, which obviously comprise of everything that I talked about earlier, right? The hardware, software, and the services part of it. On the other side, the next one, what we are trying to do is we have started this program couple of years back, which we call as a digital catalyst program. So this is where we actually tie up with or we incubate a lot of startups within India. And these are like startup small companies where they have excellent solutions, very, very innovative, cutting edge solutions in the area of cybersecurity, AI, as well as, related field. So what we're trying to do here is get that expertise and put it across the larger customer base that we have. So we are bringing that expertise directly from HP side to help customers to quickly start that path, as well as we are having this digital catalyst, or we have another program called Pathfinder, which runs in US, which is a similar line where we tie up with startups as well as we incubate them. We do invest in them as well to bring those solutions, because this growth has to be inorganic. No company on its own can really catch up with the pace of the way the technology is progressing. So we have tried to do the organic as well as the inorganic way of addressing this problem, and this end-to-end solutions are available from our side to our customers. So it is HP plus our extended ecosystem partners. We stitch the entire solution and offer that as a end-to-end solution to our customers. So that is how we are trying to see that, how we can really mitigate the skill gap, because it's a real problem in India, even if a normal a developer today build people in the country. So we are just trying to, try out different models. Hopefully we'll be successful in that.
Yeah, absolutely, Abhish, I'm sure you will be. Thanks a lot for pointing that out. Vishak, last question to you. I think organizations already have so many complex security tools. How can they really integrate AI-based security into existing the entire already complex IT networks that already have all these large number of tools? What's your view on that?
First of all, any AI use case has to bring in two important metrics. What is the business value of deploying that, and what is the feasibility of that as well. So when you actually take the bucket of business value, right, does it improve the security posture management? Does it give you a threat vector which was not detected before? So it's the second piece is on the business value is threat vector criticality, and the third is operational efficiency. Am I improving my operational efficiency? So security posture, threat vector, and operational efficiency is the business value. But there is an important other element, which is the feasibility of it, right? Is my organization ready to use AI and ML from a defender's point of view? So it is the foundation of the organization readiness to use that, right? And of course, feasibility on the technical side of it. So if you keep these 5 parameters, does it improve the security posture management? Does it address a threat vector which you have not been able to sort of decipher because of the complexity? Third, does it improve the operational efficiency? And fourth, what's the technical feasibility and the organization readiness? So if you want to adopt AI ML in cybersecurity, please evaluate in these 5 parameters on the business value and the feasibility of it. That would be my last word of this. Back to you. That's a non-technical answer.
No, absolutely non-technical, but very, very relevant. It's a way of kind of summing up this entire thing, because every organization would have their own unique requirements and have their own complex IT setups. But it's important to kind of look at it at that level to be able to really understand how to integrate AI and ML into the entire cybersecurity. So thanks, Vishak. I think very well summarized. With that, we come to the end of the panel discussion. Thank you so much to all of you for sparing your valuable time. I think we've had a very interesting discussion. We've got a lot of good perspectives. I appreciate your taking out time for doing this. So thank you so much to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, speakers, for such moving on. Now, earlier, space program was only centered around government fundings, government initiatives, but now space race has begun, not only in the developed countries, but in India too. Many companies are leading by example. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Rahul Vats, Chief Regulatory Officer, Bharti Airtel, for the keynote session on space race and ground realities. Over to you, Mr. Vats.
At the outset, I congratulate Pradeep Gupta and Voice&Data for organizing the Telecom Leadership Forum and thank them for inviting me in this session. The conference theme, Era of Convergence from 5G to Gen Z, is timely, as India is set to usher in League of 5G nations this year. At Airtel, we are really excited to be part of this journey. We have our 5G ready network, and we are ready to deliver this new experience to our valued customers. However, that conversation is for some other day. Today, I would like to really speak about the space segment, wherein the Bharti Group has taken a very giant leap by investing in OneWeb and partnering with the best, with the aim to bring connectivity to hitherto unconnected parts of the world through its LEO constellation of satellites. Space is the next growth frontier for mankind. From interplanetary travel to setting up broadband networks in the sky through LEOs with the aim to connect everyone to a better future. As India continues to position itself as an important international player in space technology, it is moving towards increasing its capacity and capability to use space technology, products and services, not just for societal applications, but to support commercial space activities and pursue diplomatic as well as security objectives. The Indian space program is one of the world's fastest growing. India's space sector has grown in last decade to include television and broadband services, space science, exploration, space-based navigation, defense and security applications, applications from schools, hospitals, etc., and has seen an increase in investment in space products and services. The government of India, under visionary leadership of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, has unleashed bold reforms for the space industry. These include setting up InSpace, the space regulator, and also encouraging the participation of private enterprise through ease of business. The Honorable PM had asked the industry to look at forming an association that can complement the efforts of the government and unlock the benefits of the reform process. This underscores the government's fresh approach to get participation and views from the private sector to accelerate the growth of India's space industry and make it a global hub. The PM at the launch of ISPA, as we call it, the Indian Space Association, said that under Government of India's approach, there are 4 pillars, namely freedom of innovation to private sector, Government of India as an enabler, future-ready talent, and lastly, space as a resource for common man's progress. The time for linear innovation is over, but it is for exponential growth now, and the government is not a handler but an enabler. We strongly echo the views of the government that India has the potential to become a major player. With the around $360 billion space industry globally, India has the potential to become a technology leader in the global space industry. Globally, the space race has truly begun and accelerating every day, with powerful, large countries moving their space agenda at fast pace. In such cases, government support is critical. We have the skills and infrastructure in form of ISRO to grow our share of global marketing, high-end technology into country, and also create skilled jobs. Private participation in space communication sector opens up multiple opportunities for India. Out of a total space economy globally of $370 billion, Indian share is hardly 2.6% in 2020, whereas India's space economy is likely to reach $12.8 billion by 2025 with a CAGR of more than 6%. So we are at the tipping point moment for satellite industry growth in India. All industries and technologies need to work in harmony to fulfill the vision of global connectivity and broadband for all. Our view is that satellite companies and telcos can't coexist, which is critical for satellite services. We also await the final clarity on the new Spacecom policy from the government. Media reports suggest that the government is ready to come up with this policy in early April. Now let me turn to OneWeb. As a major investor in OneWeb, Bharti Group is leading the private satellite revolution in India. Here too, OneWeb will bring connectivity to every square inch of the country, connect the remotest part of the country, all the way from Jaisalmer to the hills of Northeast, from the Indian Ocean, all the way up in the north. OneWeb already launched nearly 400 satellites, and a total of 650 plus LEO satellites will be finally launched. We believe that OneWeb services can add immense value to telcos in form of backhaul for 5G in remote areas, serving Industry 4.0, and also as well as in IoT for use cases like maritime, aviation, and defense. In India, we will distribute this through our partner Hughes. OneWeb aims to commence services 50 degrees north of latitude this year and cover the globe by end of 2022. Our aim is to start services in the country later this year. We have also entered into agreement with ISRO, where we will be using ISRO's PSLV and new rocket GSLV Mach 3. This MOU is in place to explore the opportunities for this, with OneWeb becoming a customer and using the commercial services from ISRO. As an important player, we have submitted our inputs to the government on the draft Spacecom policy, and we are sure we have also been participants to the TRI consultation papers, which have been very timely, and Chairman Vagila has really shown the way. And with Mr. Pawan Goenka in space, we are very sure that the Spacecom policy is headed for this right formulation. What are the policy and regulatory dimensions which we are talking about? There is a considerable demand for satellite-based communications, which will grow with the implementation of initiatives like 5G, IoT. The space communication sector will be able to harness these opportunities if our policy and regulatory frameworks play the critical role. And some of the ingredients are already there. The NDCP, which is our National Digital Communication Policy, clearly identified the complementary role of the satellite in connected. To quote, "It is necessary to explore and utilize the opportunities presented by next generation networks like 5G and other pioneering network access technologies, including satellite communication," unquote, and create specific strategy 1.3 in the policy towards it, listing out the action items. With recent telecom reforms having set the path for industry's future, and with InSpace as the new regulator for the private space sector, we are hopeful and positive that the space sector is moving towards the reformist trajectory. To launch the service in India, we would need landing rights and set up ground stations, and we are at a very advanced stage of this interaction and discussion and approval with the government and the department to have visionary policy with clear and implementable milestones. The policy must pivot around attracting sustainable investments and private participation. India needs a policy mix that nurtures and secures the private industry, a policy that promotes ease of doing business, keeps cost of rollout low, and cost of compliance is manageable. Since sector is being opened first time for private ecosystem for investors and entrepreneurs, this would mean we have to have simple and predictable policy regime. Therefore, policy must ensure level playing field, non-discriminatory, be fair and consistent, and not disturb the long-term investments by sudden flip-flop or changes. Specifically, I think India is today for gateway, we are required to apply for a service license. And I think a time has come to change this perhaps to a registration certificate, and the service license may be used for providing a service in retail. The regulatory approval process should also be simple, and I'm sure the new formulation in InSpace is going to ensure that processes should not be duplicated, and it should address the genuine concerns of a single window system for getting the clearances in place. Spectrum is also a very critical part. Spectrum capabilities will be the lifeline for space and satellite sector. It's absolutely critical that we follow the global best practices in allocation of bandwidth. We follow the ITU radio regulations and prioritize satellite spectrum allocations as the way the ITU has decided. Existing regulatory changes also need to be rationalized into a single levy to cut down the cost of expensive bandwidth. There should be opportunities available in USO support, and it is being done across the world. And in India too, we can use the USO subsidy support to connect the unconnected villages, rural and remote areas to satellite services. With Atmanirbhar Bharat, the focus is again shifted to achieve sustainable development through local manufacturing. Thus, for space sector in India, the time is ripe for formulation of industry-friendly policies, wherein the stakeholders, including the private players, get their voice heard and thus can draw the fullest of their capacity for the benefit of the industry. Another important aspect is to look at the approach we are going to have towards broad oversights we are going to have on pricing and business models. And it is better to rely on ex-post approach for regulating the sector than ex-ante intervention. And that should be in exceptional cases only. So we need to make the regulatory impact assessment a standard practice from day one to be among the world's finest regulators. So friends, this is some of the thoughts I had as we transition this journey of space. I'm sure with the vision of this government and with active support from the regulators like InSpace and TRAI, space is headed for a very enterprising launch. And I look forward to the launch of OneWeb services in coming months. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Vats, for such valuable insights and looking into the future. Now, I would like to invite eminent association heads, Lieutenant General Anil Bhatt, DG ISPA, Anil Prakash, DG SIA India, for the panel discussion on space race and ground realities. The session is moderated by Gajendra Upadhyay, Editor, Voice&Data. Over to you, Gajendra.
Good afternoon, all, and welcome to this session. Today, we are going to talk about the space segment, which is actually in many ways the final frontier for all of us. The space segment today, overall globally, is about a $450 billion industry and expected to grow to about $500 billion in the next 2 years. We have amongst us today two of the most well-known people from the industry in India, Lieutenant General Anil Bhatt, who represents the Indian Space Association, which is the organization that represents the space industry as a whole. And we have Anil Prakash, Director General of the Satcom Industry Association of India. Welcome, sir, both of you, and thank you for joining this session. I will start with General Bhatt with a quick question, sir. The Indian Space Association was set up under the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister to address the growing needs of the space sector and make India a global power by 2030 in the space sector. Sir, would you like to just share some thoughts on what was the background and what ISPA is doing today?
I'll start with the very beginning. In June 2020, the Prime Minister and the cabinet under him took a historical decision, and that was to open space to private industry. Thereafter, draft policies on space communication and on remote sensing were released by the government somewhere in October 2020. The same year, the Prime Minister met the captains of space industry in India, as well as startups. And during his conversation with them, he advised them that they should open an association which could be a bridge between them and the government and also help in creating the ecosystem. And this is where the idea of ISPA came into being. As you are well aware, we were honored to have the Prime Minister for our launch on 11th October last year. And the Prime Minister laid down very significant vision of his, where he said the government would be an enabler and ultimately all space activities would lead to assist the common man. He also talked of innovation being permitted in all the domains, as also to create the next generation of scientists in India, or develop this capacity in the Indian domain for the next few generations, that India becomes a leader in the space economy. We are already there in the elusive and club which is there of the space faring nations. What was wanted more now was that we also become a global economic hub. And that is where ISPA was made. And our primary aim is to ensure ease of doing business and policy stability in the country. And more importantly, encourage and facilitate all domains of space activities. By all domains, I mean space communication, which is primarily for broadband, for design, manufacturing and R&D in launch vehicles, in satellites, in various payloads, and most importantly, downstream, the application of services. Because the largest segment of the space economy is the applications. With that as an overall aim, what we have looked into is capacity building in the country, ensure international partnerships are made by our private industry to pick up the best global practices world over. Also, we look at being an interface between the armed forces, the strategic players, and our private industry, because we envisage in the future, private industry would also become a supplier for our strategic industry. Also, most importantly, is to ensure that soft touch regulatory policies are made. And the most positive part of that is that we have, and our private industry players have had very intimate interactions with the Department of Space and within space in formulating the new policy which has to come. The initial discussions took place in October, where the industry point of view was put across by us and other members. This was very positively taken. And the last interaction we have had on 2nd February. Now, as we see, the government is making one all-encompassing space activities bill, which would cover aspects of satellite communication, remote sensing, sat-nav, and all other domains. This policy is in a very advanced stage of being now promulgated. There was an intimate interaction with our industry members and space associations, and we are looking forward to this policy to come to open the door finally for private players to get into it.
Thank you, sir. So that's a grand vision. And as always, I think we're looking forward to the space industry growing in India. Anil Prakashji, it will be great to hear the background for the SIA and the context in which it was set up. You represent some of the most well-established brands in the satellite communications industry globally also. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. First of all, let me thank and congratulate Voice&Data for organizing this telecom leadership program. And thanks Gajendra, thanks General Bhatt for being here. So whatever General Bhatt said, I 100% agree with him. That the role of policy making is done by the government is in the positive direction. And CI India was participant into all the previous discussion, as General Bhatt said, and we have given our input to that. But what misnomer or misunderstanding by the satellite communication, it was indicated by the Prime Minister himself during their launch. So that has made the bureaucracy, the policy-making body in the country to understand use of satellites. And very few people knows that there are close to about 900 broadcasting channels powered by satellite. There are close to about 12,500 VSAT terminals deployed by, I think there are 50,000 ATMs are working, and there are about close to about 6,500 petrol pumps. The 40,000 village kiosks are being powered by the satellite, and they all the digital cinema, which is at the given show about opening show, about 3,000 digital screens are being powered by satellite. And we take it satellite as it's a natural thing, but we forgot satellite real use of digital connectivity in the country. Still, more than 53% rural population is not connected with satellite. It is irony in the policy making in terms of that India still lag behind in the digital connectivity in spite of having satellite connectivity available. And the disaster mitigation, the roles of defense, national security, stock exchange, the satellites have done wonder into performing well, I think. And being in satellite communication, being ubiquitous in nature, anywhere, anytime, it can provide the connectivity. So to back up that, as General Bhatt already said, that ISRO has definitely played a pivotal role in creating the space industry or satellite industry in India. The number of large company has been established, which has been supported by ISRO, and now they have gone so big, and then they are looking for international cooperation, or they are doing international collaboration. They are working with number of foreign companies, and same time the number of startups. We have more than 100 startups in the country. And that's equivalent to the startups in Asia-Pac countries, and the development which is taking place in the country is very, very positive. And so the policy making and the association role are that to protect their interest and make it business, ease of doing business, General Bhatt said, make it happen. And the startups there are a number of issues they are facing that should be also handled cautiously by the government. So this is the role of our association or an institution to help the industry to grow, help this thing. And so this is the pivotal role which we envisage and doing for our satcom industry. Thank you.
Great, sir. Thanks for that introduction. This industry is definitely going to, you spoke about connectivity to some of the remotest parts. General Bhatt, and this question can be divided between both the participants. General Bhatt, one of the areas that you represent as ISPA are the low Earth orbit satellite communications service providers, right? So I'll break my question into two small parts. One is, what is your assessment of the satellite industry in India as such? And how do you think the LEO satellites are going to address the needs of broadband solutions in our country?
Till now and traditionally and historically, it was the GEO satellites which were providing satellite communication in India. World over, it has been a disruptive technology. It has been a new domain where low Earth orbit constellations are being created by global players. One such global player, thankfully, is owned in a large portion by an Indian company, that is Bharti Airtel. And they have launched more than 2/3 of their satellites, around 450 out of 648 which they have to launch. And once this constellation comes into shape, they would be able to provide high-speed broadband connectivity and capacity throughout the country. What it helps in is what Mr. Anil Prakash was saying, it will help in overcoming the digital divide. The unconnected portions where terrestrial communication has a challenge because of the cost, because of the kind of the terrain, the large areas and low densities, this is where broadband from LEO has a capacity to move. And as you know, LEO has a large number of small satellites which continuously are passing over our country and are available to provide seamless, ubiquitous communication all over.
Right, sir. So do you have any assessment of, what the industry size is today?
There are no clear figures on to say what is the industry size in satellite communication. But the way there are capacities which are required in India, both in the rural areas and in the urban areas, and what is the capacity which is available today in broadband, there is a scope, a very large scope for both terrestrial players and sat communication to co-travel to provide this digital communication to the entire.
Thank you, sir. I'll move to Anil Prakash ji, and it is an area that I'm sure you might be well versed with. You spoke about the VSAT industry, which is a fairly established industry in our country. It's been there for the last at least 18 or 20 years or so. And you spoke about connectivity using VSATs across many ATMs and petrol pumps, etc. Would you be able to throw some light on how this can bridge the digital divide, the VSAT sector and the other satellite players that you represent?
VSAT is definitely playing an important role, apart from providing data connectivity as per their licensing condition. But DOT has made the licensing condition change, and they allow also to provide backhaul service to the cellular mobile communication, and they're doing well. And their network, they're supporting the terrestrial network in some places where they don't have a backhaul. So satellite is definitely playing an important role. Now they're also playing an important role in the digital connectivity in the northeast area, that the bio-infested area where physical reach out is difficult. And the number of under the USO fund obligation, they are providing the connectivity through the telecom service provider. So that's the role. Apart from there, they have capability of providing broadband to a number of places, and the Bharat Broadband Network Limited, which is the project, have connecting about 650,000 gram panchayat villages and 250,000 gram panchayats. And I think the 10 to 15% are, as per statement by the minister, they never be connected. This has to be connected by things. So we are pleased that why waiting for them to connect? Why they are not connected at once? There should be, because satellites up in the sky, and these about 10 to 15% villages immediately get connected. So apart from as you mentioned about the LEO constellation, there are a number of LEO constellations up in the sky. OneWeb is there, then Kuiper is coming from Amazon, then Starlink is coming from Elon Musk. Then there is also 3B constellation from SES, Telesat also coming with. So they're all together, you see, in next 5 to 7 years, there's going to be about close to about 15 to 20,000 LEO satellites up in the sky. And the beauty of this satellite is that they are close to what their latency is very high. Latency is so very low in terms of connectivity. There is good for connectivity, and they are quite capable of providing large bandwidth to the user. And in the connectivity of rural India or unconnected areas in the country. The one threat which we are facing at this moment are bandwidth, which is allocated by ITU WRC 9. (5G) auction. So that is a mono condition. Spectrum is raw material for all the satellite services and satellite application. And if that is being choked, then entire ecosystem will get choked. It will have a very adverse economic impact in the manufacturing, in the employability, in the investment part, in the development of the new sector like down segment There is a policy initiative that dealing the licensing from the ground segment gateways. And there is a new set of industries going to emerge, which is the ground segment services. So that is going to impact it.
Great, sir. Thanks a lot.
I would like to emphasize one issue which he has raised, and that is very critical for satellite communication in India. One, the 28 gigahertz bandwidth, and more specifically the 27.5 to 28.5, which is an uplink frequency, which has traditionally been with the space. And as far as WRC 19 goes, the ITU's policy goes, should be with space. For global harmonization, it is very critical that this stays. Just to give you figures from a Plum consultancy report, the impact of this not being available or it being available will be from 72 to $184 billion to a GDP after 5 years, every year. And this will be lost out if this frequency is given away from sat communication. And the second issue is of auction. Nowhere in the world is spectrum for space communication. In space, the same frequency bands are shared by multiple satellites. And hence, if it is auctioned, firstly, there will be a price challenge. And secondly, there will be segmentation of what little frequency we have. So I would like to emphasize these two issues, which are very important for sat communication and which we have all raised with TRAI, with all the authorities possible, that the status quo, that is the frequency to continue with space and it to be given by administrative methods, has been emphasized by us.
Right, sir. A very, very important point you highlighted, sir. And that brings me to one of the core themes for today's discussion, which talks about space race and ground realities. In many ways, sir, Voice and Data has been chronicling Indian telecoms for last 25, 26 years. We are at an initial stage in the space segment, I feel. The regulatory side, the policy side, these are all evolving issues and need to be sorted out. So as an association that represents the industry that's going to solve the broadband problem from space, it would be good to hear what are the other core. Spectrum was the big one, but there will be other issues relating to maybe interconnection on the ground with the mobile operators, or maybe the price of the devices that people in remote areas will need to access this broadband. It will be good to hear a few thoughts from you on that, sir.
So the other issue, and which again Mr. Anil Prakash did mention, is the policy on licensing, and most importantly, the earth stations. We would look at this policy to come at the earliest, and a clarification on this being there, that LEO circuits and all, even NGSOs are able to provide sat communication in India. So the policy issues and light touch policies with a single window are very important. And that is where we are very, very optimistic, because the space policy, where discussions have taken place, now in space would be a single window for all issues, matters of space. Now, that's very important that this is also coordinated with the Department of pricing. Maybe the ability for players to pay would be not so high. So initially, like connecting the villages, panchayats, connecting government facilities and all, support of the government financially also would be important. It could be in terms of different incentives. I'm not going to specify which one. Will it be a subsidy? Will it be a fund which will be there, or other means? But in the beginning, this would definitely help to overcome the digital divide. And we are expecting that the government will help us, help this SATCOM industry in this. In the long run, yes, market forces will take over. And as volumes increase, as the numbers increase, this will become as competitive as any sector.
Absolutely. Anil Prakash, love to hear your thoughts on this.
Totally agree with him. And I think there is a government has to play a major role in that connectivity. And what we are asking, we are not asking any special favor. We are asking only the level playing field should be given to the SATCOM industry. In terms of use of fund is available for rural connectivity, and that should be judicially all the player of technology can provide the connectivity should be encouraged and should be given. Yes, and one thing that we talk more about the satellite bandwidth is costly in the country and it is not viable. And you have to look at the factors which raise the cost. How all of a sudden the same bandwidth which is available in US and Europe, and all of a sudden when it comes to India, it's become costly. What are the factors involved into it? We have to see that there are artificial or there are some levies and taxes are put on it. It makes it 50% cost, make 50% more costly. And so, especially in this special zone, special connective area, government is giving subsidy or giving some funds and other way taking back the money. So I think that should be rational, and in terms of at least the rural connectivity, some part they should do away with this taxing, GST, the NOC charges, wireless spectrum charges, the bandwidth charges by NSIL. So if you do away this, I think that the cost will definitely come down and affordable. And I agree with General Bhatt that there are a number of institutions available in any corner, whether it is a government facilities or there will be some mills or some private sector activities will be there which need to be connected. Right now, there's no way we can connect them. And government has a special scheme which is called Government User Network, in which they have invested close to about 15,000 crore to BBNL, but it's still not put to use because the last mile is not connected. So this is very important. I think we are a young nation, but how long are we going to remain young? We are already become middle-aged now. The way things are going, I think Mr. Sunil Mittal said in Davos that we need about 5 to 7 years to get half the population connected of the world. We can't wait 5 7. India can't wait for 5 7 years. It is only thing is that which a policy enablement allow this technology to spur and provide connectivity. That is the need of it.
Thank you. And so, you're talking about the young nation, and I think, sir, the satellite SIA, Satcom Industry Association, is also working with, new startups and new use cases. Would you be able to highlight?
Yeah, but we feel that these 100-odd startups they need a special handling because these are quite vulnerable. Because first of all, everyone carries the Indian IPR with them. That is the Indian IPR is this India's identity and Indian IPR, which is they have taken lead, and that's the only sector where tech sector where India has got a sizable lead into that. And these need to be protected. When they say the startup funding, they should stand in a queue of 36,000 startups, 60,000 startup, and I think the 100 or 500 odd startups should be dealt separately. And I think government is looking into that. We have given a presentation to that. And see, you have to make these people successful. If they are successful, the other 500 will follow them, and then 1,000 will follow them. So this is very important thing. And we are also requesting our members who are in the manufacturing area or in the service area, we're asking them to help this startup. We also launch a legal cell in our association. We have close to 8-9 law firms who are our members of the Space Law Committee. And these all firms have come forward and set up a legal cell to provide pro bono information or guidance or information on the law to all the startups. And we already have a startup committee which work with the Space Legal Cell Committee, and they are finding meeting grounds more and more. So the startups are quite vulnerable in terms of they don't have wherewith to deal or engage with the law firms and to guide them, because each contract which is signed, and this is and they have to see that what are the pros and cons of signing those agreements, because all are governed by international treaties or international, punitive clause and international law, liability clause. And I really think both the organizations have challenged this into the policy framework that the startup should be kept away from the punitive clause, so there should be this sovereign should take the role of that, and that there will be trying to fold up these startups, and we're meeting them quite often with them and trying to understand, trying to finalize their program.
General Butts, if I'm not wrong, ISPA is also closely interfacing with ISRO, and you also are probably working with some of the interesting startup use cases in agri-tech and others using satellites. So love to hear that.
Definitely for growth of the space ecosystem in India, startups are very critical and very important. And we have many startups which indicate a very strong potential to do very well. And many of them, fortunately, have got good financial support from the venture capitalists, from the private sector. Of course, as they grow, money from even the government would be welcome for them to grow up. But what we are essentially providing them is a common platform because they have different capabilities, that they can combine their capabilities to firstly give end-to-end solutions. Secondly, we very strongly believe in carrying out policy advocacy for them. Each one of them, they have to be helped, guided, and that is why a formation of InSpace which has taken place and where most of the promotion and authorization will take place. We are working and we will continue to work very closely with InSpace, which would be the face for the private industry and more importantly for the startups, as well as the Department of Space. With the new chairman, when he took over, after a week of that, we got an opportunity, fortunately, to brief him on what are the challenges which the new industry is facing, what are the solutions which are there, which we suggested, and we also are looking forward to his interface with all our private industry players in the future. That he and the chairman in space interact with the industry face to face to listen to the issue. Many of them we have already raised it, but also have a personal touch of meeting all these startups and all our space industry players, which we are very sure will happen very soon.
Sure, sir. And sir, with that, I think we are running out. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gajendra, and all speakers for enlightening us about the space race. And now I would like to call upon Digvijay Sharma, Senior Director Sales, Sienna Communications India, for the industry keynote on It's Time We Recognize India's 5G Dream with Make in India. Sales leader with a proven track record of creating new accounts and growing them in one of the most competitive markets in the world. Excellent understanding of the market, solid skills in sales, business development, solution designing and positioning, building strong result-oriented teams and yielding results on multi-product and multi-time zone environments. We welcome you on stage, Digvijay Sharma. Over to you, sir.
Hi, I'm Digvijay Sharma, Senior Director Sales. Today I'm going to talk about India's dream of 5G and Make in India, and how both of them put together synergize to make Digital India dream into reality. With that, I have few slides that I would like to share with the audience, so that I can express my thoughts in more cohesive way. So as I said, today I'm going to talk about 5G dream with Make in India. First, I will start with 5G and what are the challenges that it throws on to service providers, and how it is better from the previous technologies, and how Make in India and Sienna is going to solve these problems for our service providers and overall market. As I said, 5G is one of the most promising technology. It provides connectivity anywhere at any time to anyone on and to anything. There are three key cornerstones of 5G. One is enhanced mobile broadband, which talks about very large, very high capacities up to 10 gig per subscriber. And second aspect, MTC, which is massive machine type communication, which talks about scale, and ultra low latency, which is about the latency, as it clearly says. Now, all these things put together gives wide variety of solutions to the industry. And this helps to solve many use cases, whether it is telemedicine, whether it is high-speed train, driverless cars, and whether it is to agriculture or many other services. All these things put together give a clearly new driving engine to Industry 4.0, Edge Cloud, as well as industrial IoT. With that, there is a clear-cut case that is coming up of private 5G, in which intelligent solutions are coming up, and complete industry is very much excited about it. Just because 5G gives so many, it's such a better technology and has got many advantages over existing technologies like 4G and Wi-Fi. With that, I'll try to capture the key trends, and in those we will talk about what is the key things that we need in 5G, their consequences and their impact on technology and to the service providers, and what kind of different solutions that would be needed in order to meet those objectives. First of them is that 5G requires more radio. It is because that we need more bandwidth, more bandwidth and lesser latency. This leads to a technological impact from today's DRAN, distributed radio network architecture, to move towards CRAN. And this further leads to a requirement of mid-haul, front haul, and cloud RAN. I'll explain these things in a bit of more detail in subsequent slides. And since the network is scaling to much bigger architecture, much larger number of radios, we need more simplified network architecture. And with that, segment routing becomes a key requirement. Another key aspect about is that when investors are going to invest in such a large infrastructure, they need to monetize their network. For monetizing, broadly, there are two different kind of things. One is the existing wholesale offerings, which would require multi-tenant support, leading to a technical solution, which is Flexi, and then differentiated services to different industries. Like some industry would require low latency, some industries would require very high capacity, some industries would like many connected devices. With these different industry requirement, differentiated services would be offered. For that, network slicing becomes a key requirement. On 5G, use cases drive network impacts, so the bandwidth increases and the requirement of latency are far more stringent than any other of its predecessor technology. With high bandwidth increase, current 1 gig connectivities in the network would go to 10 gig, 25 gig, all the way up to 100 gig in some cases. In North America, most of the service providers are even today deploying their network with readiness of 100 gig capacities from GNB, the radio. And the latency will lead to edge compute, which is generating edge cloud infrastructures, as well as time sensitive networks. These are the key trends and their technological impacts, both on the service provider and a broader technology domain. I'll just focus on first as technological aspect, that is spectrum and radio densification. As you know, 5G is about higher capacities. Higher capacities means higher throughput and more bandwidth, which means we need we need more capacity, we need broader spectrum, we need more higher spectrum as we would carrying more data. When we go higher into spectrum, as shown into this chart, then what happens that the propagation becomes restricted, and that leads to a requirement of more cell sites, which means more radios getting into the equation. With, let's say this is an existing 4G scenario. In 4G and 5G, we first, as these technologies would be rolled out in phases, the first enablement of 5G would give 5G on the existing footprint, on the existing spectrums of 4G. With that, we will have 5G coverage, but will not have the higher bandwidth. In order to further increase the bandwidth, we will need more higher bands of spectrum, which will lead to more radios. And as you can see, the coverage of these higher spectrum is lesser. When we talk about even further densification of radio, when we are talking about more real, more useful, more advanced 5G use cases, the densification of radio is going to increase. So this diagram clearly tells you how much more equipment and how many more radios would be needed in order to realize the 5G dream. So this has a clear-cut impact onto the network loads. In order to simplify those network loads, there are newer technology in the networks that are coming about. So how do we solve this thing is captured in these slides. With more radios coming in, as you can imagine, more cost and complexity. So that is being done by moving from CRAN to the from distributed RAN to the cloud RAN. Basically, in power, in which we split the radio head from the cell site. The BBU is moved out from cell site in terms of CU and DU, and the RAN becomes centralized rather than a distributed RAN. So on each of the towers that we have today, we have a BBU down below. In centralized RAN, the RRH would be separate and DU and CU would be separate. This reduced into lot of cost reduction, as well as and adds to the network simplicity. This is how going forward, the next generation architectures would be. As I said, we need more radios, and for more radios, we need to move away from DRAN and move to CRAN. As in previous slide I shared, the BBU would be moving away from the radio site and would be moving to a more central site. These architecture are today's architecture, in which we have in all the current deployments, we have a mobile backhaul network in which there are access site and aggregation site, and then the core sites. Now the network architecture deployment models on site on fiber are going to remain more or less the same. The only densification would increase, and network level, some simplifications would come, like BBU would move from radio sites to a more central site, and this is further divided into DU and CU, distributed unit as well as centralized unit. This would further move ahead and would become virtualized in nature rather than physical components there. It would be done on x86 compute, which would be a standard virtualized software would be there on a general purpose compute resources. This will make the networks more cloud RAN, and you will see more principles like edge cloud coming into play into the actual RAN networks. So this architecture would be done in various variants, because vendors technology shifts don't happen overnight. This is the desired architecture, but we would be moving, most of the service providers would be moving in a phased wise manner, in which there would be multiple different architectures would be there, depending upon the cost, or depending upon the cost, as well as the infrastructure availability, as well as the spectrum availability. Depending upon that, multiple of these architectures would be adopted by the service provider. Now, since there would be multiple different architecture, there would be different transport requirements that would be coming up, and service provider will have to choose a transport which not only caters to all these different requirements, but also is futuristic in nature, And what they invest today, they should be able to utilize the same network infrastructure when they reach their desired stage of completely virtualized distributed RAN architecture. In order to meet these requirements, Ciena has a wide variety of product portfolio to talk about XOL families. These products, these solutions can work in any RAN and are agnostic to various RAN vendors. They support variety of front haul options and have adaptive IP capabilities and support different type of speeds and feeds, which help them cover wide variety of capacity, latency, as well as network deployment requirements. Ciena has 15 years of experience in country. We have over 2,000 employees in India, which shows and 1,200 about 1,200 R&D resources, which shows we have a strong presence in India and we understand the geography pretty well. We have presence in all the tier 1 service providers like Airtel, Jio, Vodafone, and all the key enterprise service providers. This helps us to understand the geography as well as the local India requirements in much better manner. Now, Ciena is going to come up with Make in India. Now, together with local R&D and geographic expertise and local manufacturing capabilities, we would be able to serve our service providers and help them build 5G networks in more effective manner. Not only that, we will also be able to make an Ciena will manufacture select routing and switching portfolio products to support 5G use cases in India. This will not only be focused on India, but also some nearby geographies. We have local demo labs which can validate the products that we are going to offer to customers before they are implemented in network. With this, we would be able to help the Indian service providers to make their will help them realize their 5G dream. Thank you, Voice and Data, for giving us time today and share our strategy.
Thank you, Digvijay, for such a wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw your attention now to the next session on Industry 4.0 enablers. With 5G on the verge of becoming a reality, industry is revamping itself for the new age. In the coming years, we will witness smart factories, connected enterprises, and many more. I would like to call upon our esteemed speakers, Deepak Sanghvi, Senior VP and IP Optical Networks, Airtel; Praveer Daya, Senior VP Network Operations, Tata Teleservices Limited; Rajiv Arora, Global Head of IT, Global Hub, Siemens; and the session will be moderated by Sukanta De, Director, Esdella Consulting.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have with me a distinguished panel to discuss a very important topic of today's telecom and telecommunication and technology scenarios. I have Mr. Deepak Sanghvi, Senior Vice President of Airtel, Mr. Rajiv Arora, Global IT Head of Siemens Worldwide, Mr. Praveer Dahia, Senior Vice President Networks. So these are the gentlemen on my panel, and I would like to set the ball rolling immediately. But before I do so, I'd like to set a context on this entire panel discussion. We have come to a stage where communities are the center stage of the new world, and not governments. Platforms are stronger than governments. The internet is becoming the biggest marketplace. Whether we talk of cryptocurrency, cybersecurity, climate change, everything in the center stage is the internet. YouTube is where you showcase your work. Gamified education and training is the order of the day, whether you are training high-skilled workforce in factories or whether you are talking about a simple training in a college. The timekeeper is no longer your watch, but it is the fast-changing market. The new boss is not the gentleman who is sitting in a larger cabin than you, but your consumer and your customer. People are moving from the reactive stage to the multi-active and the linear active. And that is why certain countries in the world have a higher GDP than others, because people are more and more moving into the linear active situation. Now, we have several questions which I would like to ask my esteemed panel members. One of the questions which I'd like to ask is that how far is India Inc. from switching on to the real Internet of Things, the real AR, VR, particularly in manufacturing? How manufacturing is getting into a phase of intelligent manufacturing, smart manufacturing. For that, I'd like to start
welcome to Mr. the esteemed panel. So I would like to say that so we say that we are already there. From here, IoT will get more and more prevalent in all areas of manufacturing and plant operations. If I take up remote plant operations, preventive and predictive maintenance on the basis of connected machines, what we have, the digital twins, what we talk about, real-time monitoring through machine data, remote assistance and commissionings are no more a textbook theory is what we have. They are all happening across the industries in our own country. Driving using intelligent use of data for man and machine productivity and to stay ahead of our competitions. So if I look at my own Siemens factory where we are worldwide, we are using a MindSphere platform, our own industrial IoT platform for connected devices to measure the performance parameters like vibrations, temperature, voltage, current, running hours also to do preventive maintenance and predictive maintenance. And these parameters are finally analyzed on multiple apps to create real-time alerts, early warning to the maintenance team on the floor when a replacement is due or actual machine is running on the runtime mode. We are also using multiple sensors of critical components and alert suppliers beforehand to supply material. This helps a lot to have a lead time for our customers also. Not only that, we are also now getting to a AI-based CCTVs, which not only help us capture data to prevent an accident in advance on the shop floor, but also help improve safety and well-being of our employees. So when I say that industrial IoT is very much prevalent, and thanks to pandemic, on one side as a boon for all of us, the digitization has accelerated in these times when we're all made to work from home or remotely to make things happen for us. So that's a brief I can share with you, Mr. Day, that what we as Siemens are looking at IoT platforms.
Rajiv, it's amazing the amount of work you're doing, and I was somebody who is not directly in the industry. It's an eye-opener that you are doing so many AI-based stuff on the CCTV and using early warning systems to obviously reduce costs and make manufacturing far more easier and more high-quality product output. Mr. Praveed Dhaya, could you tell us a little bit about where we are on automation on the Industry 4.0 and how we are moving into automation and in the new Industry 4.0? Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Day, and a very good afternoon to you as well as all the other panel members. It's really a privilege and an honor to be with your company today. One of the areas which I would like to emphasize is that automation and digitization have been a part of the ICT industry for a pretty long time. And therefore, it's important to understand where are we on the Industry 4.0 as a context, right? So I look at Industry 4.0 not just as a term of industrial revolution, but also as a step forward in the era of digital transformation, right? And the IoT piece is just one out of potentially 8 or 9 applications which Industry 4.0 is likely to bring in to all of us. And like Mr. Rajiv Arora very succinctly put forward, one of the biggest use cases is the predictive, let's say, maintenance and ensuring that all the sensors are able to pick up the data and we are able to process this data in terms of having the right big data analytics, etc., done up in a pretty good way. If you look at overall adoption rates, though, and I think that's one of the big questions which are ahead of us in terms of India's adoption rate and are we really there? We looked at about the top, let's call it 1,200 large enterprises in the country today, and the adoption rate is a pretty healthy 35% already of using such applications in one or other forms. They may not be today at the mature end of it, but at least they've made a pretty good beginning. And I think that's a very good sign for the industry as well as for all of us to see that the industrial revolution, as they call it in terms of Industry 4.0, is catching up in the country as well.
Thank you so much, Praveer. I think that sets a perspective that 35% is a pretty high number. And it was an eye-opener for me to learn this number. May I request Mr. Deepak Sanghvi, Senior Vice President, Airtel, to tell us a little more about what's happening, and particularly Airtel is one of the largest telecommunication networks. What is happening in the telecommunication part of the business in the Industry 4.0, and how they're helping in intelligent manufacturing in any industry in which they are working on, preferably some use cases. Over to you, Mr. Deepak.
Thank you, Mr. Day, and my esteemed panelists. So two aspects, I would say. First, using the concepts of Industry 4.0 and IoT within Airtel, and second, how do we see industry changing and how we interface with it. So on the first aspect, as my fellow colleagues mentioned, Praveer and Rajiv, it's a evolving journey. There are applications, as if you say, the field force. Telecom operator has huge field operations and areas including fiber maintenance to tower maintenance to surveys to geographic surveys, information collection through some of the automated ways and even traditionally non-automated ways. So these are all areas where we are seeing evolving set of applications. Even handset and soft applications which act practically like IoT sensors in a softer way. These are pretty much prevalent. There are hundreds of applications that are now on place on handsets which we are using as internal applications to collect data, to collect information from field, and these are practically acting like on-the-fly actions in the field which were never possible earlier. The second aspect is the actions, the physical sensors and the machines which are not having direct human interface. They need specialized sensors, and that's where the second thing starts, the role of networks. These sensors need to have connectivity. Adding sensor is one part, but reliable communication, active low latency communication, these are areas which are seeing a lot of work. And especially before we go full-fledged on the mature phase of IoT and Industry 4.0, I believe industry is realizing need for having this suitable connectivity within their premises. And these premises range from as big as 50 square kilometer area of a mining plant to a port, to a manufacturing unit within some hundreds of meter spans. So various configurations and geographies, but there is an increased degree of sense whereupon industry has started preparing itself for that connectivity, which is a precursor to this evolution of 4.0 and IoT.
Thank you so much, Deepak. I think that gives a interesting perspective that the most fundamental thing is connectivity, And without connectivity, really, nothing really happens. And it's ongoing 24/7 connectivity in the remotest of places where manufacturing is there. And you give very nice examples of mining and various other industries, which are circle back to Mr. Rajiv. I think it was very interesting what he was telling about the early warning systems and maintenance, and how they are doing some real work in switching on to the IIoT of in manufacturing. Rajiv, will you like to take the discussion forward in a little bit and tell us a little more interesting use cases?
Definitely, Mr. Day. So there are many multiple use cases. I can pick up a couple of them. Like if you look at, we are manufacturing transformers. And if I look at my own country, we install transformers in all locations worldwide. Now it comes to maintenance. It requires some sort of a deep technical experience to how to open a transformer, which requires its own time. So what we are using, what we have initiated right now with our own some of the powered houses is how to use AR and VR on an Android phone. So it really uses an Android phone and its features of camera and using AR, VR, which can remotely guide a layman how to open a transformer step by step, and can also give some sort of a guidance in a manual format in multiple languages on a simple Android phone. And once he or she is able to open a transformer, in case he finds a particular part which is a faulty, it's just that he has to bring a camera to the barcode which is there on that part particularly, and can really raise a request, a work order, which goes to our industry mall automatically and goes to our purchase order, and we can track it. So very simple thing that, and then the powerhouse can track that as the order been placed and what is the status of manufacturing and how it's going to get delivered by what time. So complete end to end. It's all linked together, leveraging the IoT platform to make it a success. That's one example I can give you. And one more example, as what Praveer said, that we all are sitting at home right now, working mobile. But when we go back to offices, called Comfy, which is a safe return to office, with sensors on every seat, which gives you alert in case you reduce a disability to people. And we are using that for a smart return to office, by which you can book a seat or a room before you go. So it helps you prevent that we don't book the overall office, and book only limited depending upon a second example. Efficiency of the inspection, reduce the human efforts around it, efforts to inspect a product, and improve the efficiency to almost like a Six Sigma process of 99.98 or 97% of having a product built at the right time. And this, since this camera gives back to the production line that this is a particular part of the ring which is getting having a sort of a defect, which need to be corrected out, drive it out. So complete cycle is an IoT-based cycle to drive it out. So there's a couple of 3 or 4 examples. I can keep giving example after example that how we are using an IoT-based platform to drive it out, and how we can make a difference of its adoption in our manufacturing sector.
Rajiv, thank you very much. Those were very interesting examples and very helpful to all of us, particularly the smart return to office. That's amazing because that'll bring down the cost of organization. It'll use optimal usage of office space, which is always very expensive anywhere in the world. And it makes the employee far more comfortable. He has booked the time and he comes, he does his work and he goes away. And you don't have fixed offices. So you have converted the fixed office space into kind of a variable situation, something like a SaaS,
Yeah, so Mr. Day, so there we are going one step beyond right now. What we're looking at it, we are also going away the excess card also. We are saying your mobile phone or your smart watch becomes your access card. If you have booked a room or a seat, then only the access to a building will open up.
Yep.
So we're linking it from the end to end so we're trying to change the mindset of a person to make an activity-based offices rather than a typical old-fashioned office what we had before the pandemic time. This not only helps us optimize their real estate, but also helps for a human being like us when we are scared to go to office, for a mental satisfaction. Oh, I'm going to a safe place and I have a seat where I go back to offices.
Yeah. No, that's amazing. You're converting the activity-based into an activity-based office environment from a attendance-based office environment, because that makes a lot of difference. And the phone also is your attendance record for everybody, even for the employee as well as for the employer. I think this is going to really change, and it's going to have a large impact, of course, for larger organizations, but for SMEs, it can have a major impact, because for SMEs, their cost of office and cost of overhead is always much higher than, as a percentage, much higher than typically a large organization such as yours. So I think I'm going to circle back again to Mr. Praveer Dharia, Senior Vice President Network of Tata Tele Services, to tell us a little bit more about the Industry 4.0 and how your organization, and give some use cases in your industry, particularly in the enterprise side of the business, which
continue on something what we've been doing on the field operations side in the telecom industry itself. Right now, one of the biggest assets for enterprise play in the telecom space is the optical fiber network, which has been laid out across the country. And really, this is something which is or even forests. The maintenance of this fiber is let out to people who are experts at identifying which fiber is broken and then joining them through a technique which we call splicing. Yep. And the typical manpower in the country today which does this activity is generally trained well to do that job, but they're not extremely highly qualified to be engineers and so on. However, they control a large amount of the traffic of the enterprise service. I mean, you gave us the Goldman Sachs example in the beginning. Their service could be running on one of those fiber pairs, and that's in the hands of a person who needs to join it in the middle of a desert or the middle of the mountains, right? So the need for having active understanding of what the person has been doing becomes very, very important. So one of the solutions which was built around, again, what I call the AI/ML stream, not necessarily the IoT stream, was to ensure that whenever such a person goes out into the field to repair a fiber cable, he is actually joining each cable in that fiber rather than just joining one or two and coming back, because it's not physically possible for anybody sitting at the NOC or in the central operations center to really monitor what's going on. And an IoT solution was extremely expensive to deploy all across in the hundreds of thousands of kilometers of fiber which is there. So the solution which was built was based on machine learning, wherein The splicing machine itself was equipped with a camera, very similar to what Mr. Arora said. There's an intelligence built into the camera that monitors each and every splice. And when you take a picture in the end of the complete splice, that uploads it back into the servers. And the machine learning has taught the pictures in such a way that over a period of time, you could determine whether the person has joined all the splices, all the cables, or he has left a few, or he has probably done a cross patch or something like that, which could lead to problems in the future. This was an extremely useful application, and we could realize that almost 80% of the productivity of these, what we call splicers, went up in just a period of 1 year by deploying this kind of an application, which is not directly something which is linked to IoT, but a piece of the AI/ML portfolio, which again forms a significant part of Industry 4.0 and helped us a lot in terms of improving productivity as well as efficiency across the board for all our fiber maintenance in the country. Apart from this one, which is directly, I would call it a telecom based application, we've done some traditional, let's say, IoT kind of applications where we help the company to, monitor and therefore be able to change filters in an AHU before they fail, right? Because typically that's an element which, if it fails, the complete system goes down, and then therefore there's a loss of productivity in the office or industry wherever it is installed. But if you are able to predict the failure of that by monitoring it carefully through IoT sensors, etc., you are able to, prevent the downtime, and that's critical. In any application, I think that really becomes very useful, whether it's manufacturing or whether it is elements like running of trains or running of any operation where there are moving parts involved, right? So in case there's a failure which can be prevented by identifying the deterioration of the components in advance,
fiber network, and that obviously goes all over the place, and it's in very remote areas. You don't know what is happening, and it is impossible to do such a monitoring in the physical interface. It's absolutely impossible. And also the predictability of downtime, the filter example was amazing, because that reduces our cost, a lot of cost, a lot of downtime. I think very good work you people are doing in this. You're really taking the industry to the 4.0 level. May I request now Mr. Deepak Sanghvi to give us his experience on Industry 4.0 and what his organization is doing in terms of reaching that level of 4.0. Over to you, Deepak.
A very interesting example given by Praveer, and I will just try to add to that. I mean, these technologies are so powerful, they don't even change a one particular unit or manufacturing unit in private environment. They contribute across industries. I will give you one example. There is a case whereupon everybody of us, we must have heard, fleet management is a known case by now. The fleet management of excavators. So there are sensors and GPS sensors being put on excavators and JCB, we say. And the whole idea was to kind of, improve fleet efficiency. The real part was there was an application that kind of sprung out as a surprise. The surprise was, if this location is made known to operators like Airtel and BSNL and Tata, then wherever these excavators go and start work, we will know beforehand that, where this digging stuff is happening. And this has shrunk the information time. Otherwise, we put thousands of patrollers on routes, and they just keep looking for these, this kind of activities of digging and excavators and JCBs, almost like manually. We depend on, manual sites. So now these excavators are reporting themselves that where they are going to dig. And that is amazing. That tells you in advance that which location this excavator is going to dig, and you can go there, you can reach there, you can contact the guy, even in a remote fashion, and you can safeguard your assets of fiber and cable. So this is a use case which is like, kind of flowing out from a fleet management of excavator to application across a different industry of the same asset. And there will be many such use cases. Just as extension of this fiber management, there are drones being developed right now, which take photographs and assisted by machine, learning and artificial intelligence. Those pictures can be analyzed for a efficient installation and commissioning of antennas on a tower. This is a big problem of, telecom industry today, because again, the kind of quality of manpower that is there, how well they have put that antenna, is the tilt right, is the alignment right, is the height right, if the right set of cabling is used, is cabling done right. So all of this can be done using drones. Drones take photographs, you can control, you can check on the fly. In fact, a system sitting at a central operation center can ensure whether drone has taken all these right photographs from all the right angles. And when those pictures are uploaded, it can be self-analyzed, and within minutes it can be fed back to the guy on the ground that, you have not done something right. So these are cases which nobody could have imagined earlier without a combination of, I would say, IoT, connectivity, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and all over and above this, the automation and, active feedback over a distance. This is all coming together, and when this comes together, magic happens.
Thank you so much, Deepak. I think very interesting examples, particularly the excavator example. I can imagine excavators all over the place and in very small remote towns where a normal phone call doesn't go. Forget about knowing where the excavator is, And the guy whom you're sent to locate the excavator, he himself is missing. So you have now to send another guy to locate where he is, So this is the reality on the ground. And it's great that we are moving in this direction. And the drone example is very interesting. And I'm sure drones are used in many industries right now. And they are really helping out, again, in reducing costs and increasing overall efficiencies. So I have I think we have done 2 rounds, and we have got some very interesting use cases. I'd like to throw the discussion open to all of you. If you guys want to discuss any specific item or point which we may have left out in the initial rounds and which may be of interest to the audience. And the topic is, of course, anything on Industry 4.0. It could be even outside the actual work which you or your organization is doing. So I'd like to throw the open to discussion, open all of us to a quick discussion before we wrap up. So please go ahead. Anybody can go ahead, please.
So may I think, just start, and I think it's a point which I'm again taking a cue from Rajiv right in the beginning.
Yeah.
More around one of the major elements of Industry 4.0 is manufacturing, right? I mean, as an industry itself, and how we can get towards smart manufacturing. And one of the biggest areas and one of the biggest challenges, and therefore this whole subject of what can be an enabler to Industry 4.0, is that there will always be resistance to change. Right? You'll always find people finding problems with this. I mean, you go back in time when the teller machines were being transformed to ATMs, right, in the country, in the banks.
Yeah, yes,
there are huge markets around.
Yes.
More recently, you had the complete farmer issue. I mean, leave aside the politics of it, but clearly it was another case of resistance to change, right?
Correct.
But I think the resistance to change is kind of in human nature. And that's where I think we should probably spend a few minutes to understand how we can enable industry to embrace that change and also implement the change effectively to make smart manufacturing in industries possible.
Yeah.
Right? I have a couple of thoughts, and I'll probably invite Rajiv and Deepak also to comment on what they could probably contribute. See, one of the biggest things is that most of the times when we kind of implement change, we try to push change, right? We just say, okay, this is what we have to do, and implement it. We do not take a buy-in from the people who are going to be impacted. And that's very, very crucial in my view. So we must take our people along with it. I mean, it should not happen that people feel this automation is going to take away our jobs and therefore we're going to be redundant and so on and so forth. The complete story about Industry 4.0 is to complement, not to replace.
So, Pravir, I can really add to that part what you said. Really, you've got a very valid point, Pravir. What you rightly said, we need to embrace the change and not create a fear of losing a job.
Yep.
And I'll really go back to what Mr. Day initially said, that how the social media. So I normally say that the FANG model, if you look at the FANG, what is FANG? FANG is Facebook, Apple, Alphabet, Netflix, and Google. These 5 economy owners right now in this world have really transformed the ecosystem of ours, of driving the adoption of the technology, not only in our country, worldwide. And it is really changing at a very rapid pace with a sharp uptake worldwide. So what we are I'm just going through various industry forums, what we're seeing that, especially in the manufacturing area for the human workforce, we are working towards connecting or making our workforce in the factories to be digitally connected workforce, so that they embrace technology from the grassroots level rather than coming from a top-down approach, which is like a push from the top things, where we are not only helping them to only use the technology for an IoT for a manufacturing, but for his basic attendance, I shared in the beginning as an example, for getting his learning, how he can learn new technologies, for his health and safety. So what we have defined a complete persona of a blue-collar worker or a manufacturing worker, that what all a day in a life of a blue-collar worker is, and how can we induct technology to make him enable and become a digitally connected worker. And that grassroots level change, when we can look at him to embrace not only for his manufacturing things, but also for his safety, for his learning, for his growth, it is picking up that technology. That resistance is coming down. And this FANG model, what I call it out, is the one which is also helping make a change to the individual worker on the ground in the factories. So we are really working in many factories to do a pilot right now to get our what we call a blue-collar workers into a digitally connected workers, where they are embracing technology and not fearing a change, but embracing a change from a grassroots.
So that's a very interesting subject actually Praveer has put forward, and this has been a challenge in industry. Industry has continuously evolved, whether it is 1.0, 2.0, 4.0. I mean, this question has been relevant forever in industry about graceful evolution rather than revolutionary evolution. And I believe this question will be much more relevant going forward. And as Rajiv also rightly said, it's a mindset change that is probably required. We need to re-equip the same set of people who are there, because I'm sure for a significant period of time, I mean, it's not a digital change as far as those people are concerned that one day everything will be automated. It's an evolution. So things are changing, change is continuous, change has been continuous. If we kind of, align to the relevant workforce and we align their mindset to this change, I believe they come along with it rather than resisting it. So that's a scenario that we have observed. And if we try to kind of, go in an aggressive way, try to catch, bull by the horn, things do not work out the way they are expected to be. We have seen this even in some of the other automation and transformative exercise within my organization, in Network Operations Center particularly, while we were initiating a couple of automation projects. And once we started training those people, we are aligning those people, and those people in fact felt that they are evolving. Personally, they are evolving, they are getting ready for this industry change. They came with a bang, they came at the forefront with full force. So I believe that realization is there in the larger workforce, that if they do not grow with this change, they are going to left behind. All I believe is that we need to kind of bring them up to speed, up to this change, so that they also develop personally in the skill set and they feel more confident. Their employability rather increases in the industry rather than going down.
You rightly said, Deepak, because that's what we are trying to do. Because in case we as leaders can drive that kind of evolution, that we are helping you enhance your productivity, your employability, that makes a huge mindset transformation. And look at our own pandemic right now. In these 2 years, I think the rickshawala and a panwala are also using a digital payment right now, which was not there 2 years back.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's something why we have to keep the things pushing for it, ensure that people embrace it, And that's what we as Siemens have taken at a grassroots level. I think a top-down approach, saying a grassroots level, how we can help you to help your learning platforms, to help you grow your productivity, your safety. Now, those small things which are very close to their heart is making a difference to adopt our technology, embrace this change, and this can help me improve my efficiency in manufacturing also for driving it out.
Yeah, I think it's very well said. One of the biggest, there are many industries. The aviation industry is an example where two things are very expensive. One is aviation fuel for running the aircraft. One is aviation fuel, and the second biggest component in their industry, which is expensive, is pilot retraining. Because of the continuous change in technology, the pilot retraining. So this example which Deepak gave is very interesting, that you are changing the mindset by retraining the people to newer technologies and newer ways of thinking, and to tell the employees that this retraining is very expensive for the company. It's not cheap. It's very expensive for the company, and you are getting ready for the industry. Tomorrow you can get a better job in some other organization. So I think retraining, which will be a continuous process now as going forward, retraining for Industry 4.0 for everybody. I'm not only for the frontline worker, but even for people like you and me. I need to be continuously retrained, and I have to rethink on what are the new changes which are really happening. So I think it's very good. We are kind of towards the end of our discussion. We have been at it for almost 40 minutes plus. If there are any other salient highlights which any one of you would like to make, or any one of you would like to say, or all of you would like to say, let's do the concluding rounds quickly. Any like a one-liner which you would say would be of interest to the audience. You please go ahead, Rajiv. Why don't you start with you?
I always say that life is a continuous change. We need to keep embracing it and leveraging out of it to become more efficient and effective, rather than fearing with the change. So that's what I believe, that change is a constant factor. Embrace it. Don't get fear with it.
Yes. So as the saying goes, there's nothing more constant than change, and change will always be there. And I think, Rajiv, that's and it's the management of change which we need to learn and we need to adapt to. Please go ahead, Praveer, your last thoughts.
No, thanks. I mean, again, just a little one-liner on Industry 4.0, if I may. The way I look at it is, I think we are moving more towards a real-time economy overall, globally as well as in the country.
Yes.
And real-time economy needs real-time actions, which have to be based on real-time data. And therefore, the relevance of all the elements of Industry 4.0 is extremely important as we go forward. So a real-time economy needs real-time inputs from real-time data all the time.
I think that's very well said. I think industry is moving to a real-time situation. So it's no longer 8 hours of work, etc. Like even now, as you know, work from home has changed one thing, that you're working even at 11 o'clock at night, which you would never think of in the traditional industry. That's a very good thought. So Deepak, yeah, Rajiv is a classic example. Poor fella sitting in Munich, and Rajiv, I know it's very late, so we'll let you go quickly. Deepak, your final thoughts, please.
Yeah, I would say that, times are really exciting. And with this technology change, I believe we are going on to embark on a journey of new level of efficiency, the way things happen in industry and, business is done across the globe. The only thing is important is, I believe, end of the day, the objective is to, have betterment for humanity, and as graceful as it can be, we should try to achieve this change with. So that's what is most important, I would say.
I think well summed up. I think Rajiv talks about the continuous management of change, and Praveen about how the economy is moving into a real-time situation 24/7. And I like Deepak's concluding thought that everything has to be ultimately done for the betterment of humanity and betterment for the next generation. So we leave the world to our kids. So they always say, okay, we have done something interesting. Our parents have done something interesting for us. And I'd like to thank all of you personally. And I would certainly send a thank you email to each one of you, and we should stay in touch. And I said, whenever you're in Delhi, it'd be great to meet you gentlemen. And with this, thank you once again.
Coming up to the next one, we have eminent speakers from industries who have created a benchmark in their respective areas of operations. This session is on Open RAN and the journey of enterprise network. And I would like to call upon K.S. Rao, Chief Corporate Officer, STL, Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, Executive Director, C.Dot, Arun Karna, MD and CEO, AT&T India, Rohit Chaudhary, Field CTO, Telco Vertical, HPE India, and the session will be moderated by Faisal Kavusa, founder and chief analyst, TechArc. Over to you, Faisal.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this what's going to be an interesting discussion where we are going to talk about one of the very interesting emerging topics, which is ORAN, and how its journey is getting into enterprises and how it's going to redefine the enterprise communication basis what all empowerment and enrichment it will do to networks. That's what we are going to talk, and I'm really privileged that I have with me a distinguished and very learned panel today who will talk about this topic. So just a quick introduction. I have Mr. K.S. Rao, Chief Corporate Officer for STL. Hi, Mr. Rao.
Good afternoon.
I have Mr. Arun Karna. He's MD and CEO for AT&T India. Hi, Mr.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here.
I have Mr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, who's the Executive Director for C.Dot. Hello, Mr. Upadhyay.
Good afternoon, Faisal. Good afternoon, everyone.
And I have Mr. Rohit Kumar, who is the Field CTO for Telco Vertical at HPE. Hi, Rohit.
Hi, Faisal, and good afternoon to the panel.
Okay, so I think everybody knows what's happening with the ORAN in India and globally right now. At least people in the industry know it very well, and we know how ORAN is sort of not just disintegrating, but at the same time, empowering network in a way, democratizing network, and creating unheard synergies, which perhaps couldn't be thought of without this kind of approach and without this kind of orchestration of network, I would say. But then let's get into specifics, and to begin with, Mr. Rao. So your company is while it's contributing to the Indian ecosystem, but it's also doing a fantastic work globally, especially in Europe and Japan. So how do you see, when we talk of ORAN as a technology, so how do you see it complementing 5G, and what's exactly happening in global markets where you're already present?
Thanks, Faisal. I think good afternoon, everyone, once again. So
I think what we are seeing in the current context for the last few years, so on one side, we believe is digitalization happening across global economies. And most importantly, post-pandemic, this has actually become very evident that now the investments are actually happening. So towards meeting this demand, I think this technology disruptions have come on way, and we find that now 5G is taking its own space. If you see in last 2 decades, the way that telecom has evolved from 2G to 4G area, now the speed at which 5G is evolving is absolutely fabulous. And we have seen that in most of the markets where 5G trials have happened, our commercial installments have already done, operations are moving on. So I think while this is happening, there is also conscious thinking happening across this O-RAN alliances, which is formed by 30 plus telcos, basically to look at if you have to build a network from now onwards for next, let's say, a few decades, it has to be something different. That is where this whole while O-RAN was there in the system for some time, for last several years, but it got a lot of importance in the last few years, especially if you look at most of whether it is Japan or Europe and US, definitely greenfield wireless operators have started adopting it. And Rakuten being the first mover advantage, you see they have done some partial O-RAN installments, and it's already in use. And we find that a large greenfield operator in the US is doing this O-RAN in a very big way, and even government supporting that. FCC is saying that if you do it in a new technologies, probably there is an incentive and equal penalty if you don't do it. So there is a lot of focus from government also promoting new technologies like O-RAN. Same is the case with European telcos who are greenfield operators. So while this is happening, moving at a very speed with the greenfield operators, also I believe a lot of work happening with the brownfield telcos, because see, you can't compare with greenfield and brownfield, with the brownfield companies have invested into legacy networks for last 10, 20 years. So they have to migrate, they have to transit into this new technology in a very, very structured manner. They can't overnight shift to O-RAN technologies. But if you see in India, what large telcos are doing in terms of their trials and their partnerships with the large companies, same as the case with, I think, global telcos. So on and all, I would say that O-RAN is now definitely picking up in attention, and primarily because it makes the future networks very agile, and it is a time for telcos to reinvent their entire way that they were building networks so far, and keeping it network to be more agile, or also to be most cost effective in terms of TCO efficiency. So keeping all these things, I see that very interesting time for people who wanted to move into, let's say, open source technologies for anything. I would just get into this. Let's say if you see PC industry several decades ago, I had gone through a similar situation when it was proprietary, it was vendor lock-in, and you have hardware and software actually clubbed in the same system. But as soon as you interlock that, as soon as you disintegrated both hardware and software, you've seen that not only adoption, not only scale, the cost effectiveness of today, I think, has come in a very big way. We believe the same thing will happen in O-RAN, at least in the wireless networks with O-RAN as a technology. And I think definitely this is, we find that it's a need of our, and people are serious and people are investing. There have been some projections around every operator has certain investments planned for either for trials or doing some experimentation, or some greenfield operators really investing heavily into building their networks with O-RAN. Interesting to see next 5 to 10 years, this should become a major portion of wireless networks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rao. So the crux is that the opening has started for O-RAN, and it is definitely something which will enable, it's going to be a fundamental over which the future networks are going to be deployed, and that's how we see the networks going forward. Coming to you, Mr. Arun, we know enterprises are going through digital transformation, and where do you see software-defined networking essentially playing that critical role in this? What would it mean for digital transformation?
Right. So as you know, enterprises these days, they are concentrated on 2 or 3 aspects. One is how do you maximize the performance of its networking and IT investments by deploying leading digital technologies. I think it is digital technologies that have helped the enterprises not only survive, but thrive some of the challenges brought about lately by COVID. But even earlier, there was a movement towards digital transformation, realizing that these are the technologies that would enable enterprises to remain competitive. So one aspect is maximize performance. The other aspect is how do you contain costs to the greatest extent possible. So while this is happening on the one hand, on the other hand, the importance and complexity of networking continues to grow. And how would that be? So as more and more digital technologies are adopted, there is this concerted move towards the cloud and also a proliferation in the Internet of Things. So now we have a far more dispersed kind of enterprise where the endpoints have proliferated. There are IoT endpoints, there are mobile workers needing access to critical enterprise applications from anywhere, frankly. And you couple that with this wholesale movement to the cloud and now going to multi-cloud hybrid environments. That's really a sort of a complex scenario for enterprises to take care of. And this is where the power of software-defined networking comes into its own. So I would say some of the prominent area where SDN enables digital transformation is 3 or 4 areas which sort of gel well with the enterprise aim, so to speak. So first is simplification of the network itself and increase in agility. So basically, we know that SDN allows enterprises to keep up with the changing nature of their businesses. It is elastic in nature. It enables them to be more responsive to the constantly changing needs of their end users, customers, and also, the market opportunities are evolving so quickly. So SDN enables that kind of flexible architecting which is required to meet the constantly changing needs of the business. The way it simplifies the network architecture is by removing the complexity from the architecture, which is caused by the increased movement of apps across mobile and cloud platforms. So, there has to be a sort of a complete view of those things, which SDN provides. The other is the ability to scale up and down automatically. That elastic nature of the technology itself. It handles high traffic, so it scales up to the certain peaks of high traffic during the busiest times, while prioritizing the most important applications and reducing congestion through intelligent automation. So that's number 2. Thirdly is hopefully it helps in containing costs as well. I think the very fact that intelligent network automation can be deployed to provide connectivity to the cloud on an as needed basis. So sort of a pay-per-use where organizations pay on a consumption-based model, very much like the cloud consumption model. That model is now extended to cover the network connectivity layer as well. And I think the real power, if I may say, of SDN technologies lies in the virtualization of the network itself. We know that fundamentally SDN is all about separating how data is controlled versus how the data flows. In the SDN environment, we know that the intelligence behind how to treat data is separated from the actual physical transmission of the data. And that is the real power of SDN, really. Because this abstraction allows enterprises to benefit from network function virtualization. So a lot of the network functionality, network functions are moved away from dedicated physical devices into software functions, which run off generally available hardware, but the function itself is softwareized in a sense. So I would say software-defined networking is the key that businesses will require to unlock the full potential of their digital transform initiatives. Being able to dynamically manage capacity alongside usage and tweak prioritization for key application That will allow businesses to get the best bang for their buck and help them thrive in a more competitive environment. So I would say, in that sense, digital transformation and network transformation by way of adoption of SDN technologies kind of go hand in hand. So those would be my opening thoughts on the subject. Faisal.
Okay. Thanks a lot for an elaborate explanation, but nicely put. If organizations have to transform digitally, obviously networks also have to transform. And at the same time, organizations are very dynamic nowadays. Priorities change by every, hour or, day or a very short span of time. So, networks or the whole, technology architecture, so to say, needs to align with and be adaptive to this dynamic change.
Sure.
Coming to you, Mr. Upadhyay, I see you in a very, very strategic role for the country right now, where you're driving the whole, entire, I would say, R&D agenda for the country and trying to create wonderful products out of here. And with the, the push on vocal for local and Atmanirbhar, I think this becomes very, very paramount. So just sir, asking you a question around, one, what are the opportunities that are there? Because a lot of startups are definitely, exploring software-defined technologies, ORAN and other things. And there are certain challenges which are globally there in ORAN. So are those challenges specific to certain geographies, or they pan out to India as
well? Thank you, Mr. Faisal. I think it has been summed up well by Mr. Rao and Mr. Arun. First, let me define that this open network is not only coming in ORAN. In fact, we have been other APs, access points are not working. So we designed tip-based wireless controller which is an open network, and it solved the problem. So that is one kind of innovation. So same way, I mean, if I define in general open network, what it describes a network that uses open standards and it runs on a commodity hardware. In other words, open network is the ability that various parts of a system that define a network are open in terms of subsystem compatibility, be it hardware or be it software. If I look at the RAN market, traditional RAN, we had complete software and hardware from a single vendor, Nokia, Ericsson, Jetty, Huawei. And these vendors will build a proprietary hardware and implement the interfaces in their own way. So you get the complete solution with all underlying components from a single vendor and implemented in a proprietary manner. One, their dependency on a lock-in increases, but the question is, with the open network, what if there is better supplier or innovator who can do some part of the system in a better way and which is open so that other parts can easily integrate. So therefore, this open RAN, when they started, it started with it had many meanings. The disaggregation of RAN hardware and software could be one thing. The hardware could be a vendor neutral hardware or working on a general purpose processor. So disaggregation is happening in multiple ways. The split RAN with RU separate, BBU separate, or a split RAN with RU, DU, CU separate, or a split RAN with integrated RU, DU, and CU, depending upon the type of application. The advantage is to control RAN also, we were talking about the optimization and controllability. Our RAN intelligent controller is coming up. So that can be designed by somebody else. That is again a software defined component of the open network, open radio access network. So you are allowing various parts to be opened up and supplied by different vendors. Now beauty lies in open interfaces. So implementations can be achieved using open interface specification between components. For example, RU can come from somewhere, CU can come from somewhere, DU can come from somewhere, RIC can come from somewhere, all on a vendor neutral hardware. So all these components can interwork if the interfaces are open. So what it leads to? It leads to diverse ecosystem for the operators to choose best of breed options for their 5G deployments. Solutions can be implemented, the hardware typically used to come from these vendors, and something goes wrong, you'll have to really beg them, replace this hardware. Now, these solutions can be implemented on either bare metal or virtualized or containerized platform. So the supply chain diversity is highly ensured. What other thing it means, because you are opening up various components of the chain, innovation is bound to happen. New technologies like AI, ML, CI, CD, all this will come come into play. Competition will increase, which will lead to improved service. Network performance will be better because you are now, implementing best of the optimization on the controlling software. Cost is going to be down, and this total cost of ownership is going to be down, and we are going to see unlocking of new revenue opportunities. Yes, there are challenges. Challenges do exist in the form of integration of RAN components from multiple vendors, because now the operator has to deal only with one vendor. Now, if there are 4-5 vendors are coming up, I see a lot of integrators will come. There comes the role of CDOT. We can help facilitate integration of various components, and there are many bodies which are helping this ecosystem, like TIP, ORAN Alliance. Operators are doing GSMA, and all are working together continuously so that we define the interfaces clearly and reduce the interoperability problems. I'm sure the whole ecosystem will come together and see this new innovation in the RAN hardware. Thank you.
So Mr. Upadhyay, Dr. Upadhyay, really good to understand that the ecosystem is opening up. It's a good point for India startups as well to really benefit and leverage from this trend. And we could see many companies, something like STL kind of companies in next decade or so coming in from India and taking Indian technologies global. Coming to you, Rohit, when we hear of HPE, it's all about IT which comes to our mind. So help us first understand what is HPE doing in telco, and if you could also talk about some of your maybe how have you helped the telecom ecosystem with some of your maybe technologies?
Yeah, thanks, Faisal. Thanks for asking the question. So traditionally, if you look at, yes, HP is a core partner of every IT organization. At the core, we are selling IT servers and storage softwares and services. But we are also playing a big role if you look at the telco from last almost about 2.5 decades. If I see our history from the telco perspective, we have been playing a critical role in 3G when the 3G packet codes got disaggregated and they moved some of the functions to x86 server. So we started our journey largely from there. Then moving on to the 4G, when operators started the disaggregation, obviously there was lots of risk involved. So we stand up there, and as a HPE from our IT background, and we bring up a systems which is pre-validated, pre-configured, with lots of reference architecture, working with lots of ecosystem partners like Red Hat, like VMware, to give them a complete control on the system and the confidence to deploy a system as if they were deploying in the earlier situation where NIP used to bring up those systems and they were taking control. So taking the same experience of our 4G and 3G deployment, we also thought to have a role in this ORAN and vRAN. Obviously, IT vendor had no role in ORAN and vRAN, erstwhile ORAN and vRAN, when it used to come from the NEPs as a appliance. Now, with the disaggregation of vRAN and ORAN solutions, definitely the x86 servers are going to play a critical role over there. So we did a deployment about 2 years back, hundreds of sites with a tier 1 operator in US. And those deployments are not some trials or lab trials or field trials. Those are production deployments. With that learning, we brought up a RAN optimized, I would say RAN optimized video servers, which is our DL110. Worked with the ecosystem vendor. And we know when we talk about network, unlike IT, networks are very dependent on the latency, on the performance of the hardware, the NIC card, the driver, and the firmware. the cloud suite, which is sitting on top of it, the optimization of the cloud itself, right? And the packet processing part. So the whole work we do, we then bring up the reference architecture, and our reference architectures are not going to lock you in, because within the reference architecture itself, you are able to pick and choose various components as per your need, as per your network fit. And that's the work we do, and that's what gives you the confidence to basically get into the disaggregation of ORAN and VRAN and confidently deploy a technology which is pre-validated, pre-configured, and pre-tested with not only with the hardware standpoint, also from the ecosystem standpoint.
Okay, good, Rohit. We got to understand what HPE does in the telecom ecosystem, and thanks for sharing a couple of instances out here. Coming back to you, Mr. Rao, I want to understand, in India, I think success of the technology lies in when it really percolates through to the rural. And then, there are concerns about, how would the cost benefit fit in when we probably, get into the ORAN. So help us understand how will, 5G per se, and then, maybe, enabling technologies like ORAN help take it to rural. And also, how, there is some resistance still in adapting, say, ORAN. So what do you have to say, how to really overcome those?
That's a very good question. So I think my colleagues have touched upon some of the benefits for what ORAN brings to the table. Of course, there are technological advancements. There are also the agility related, network agility. Also, I think one important factor being the total cost being effective. So there are many benefits of ORAN in general. But if you extend this logic to rural networks, which is where I think country is currently going through several ways to achieve that rural penetration, because India still has a digital divide. A lot of people are in the rural are still not connected to the internet. I think what it brings is definitely, I think ORAN has the potential to eliminate those challenges that typical networks have faced in connecting to the rural, both in terms of network adaptability and agility, as well as that being cost effective in time to come. Because one of the reasons that most of the networks in rural not got much invested is because of the viability and then the revenue predictions being lower. So as the cost needs to be very effective. That's one part of it. I think the second is that it also, I think, ORAN actually, if you look at the scale of economies, I think if you really say where the connectivity needs exist today, and most of the urban, semi-urban is widely connected. I think that there is a scale that which you can actually require to connect is far required in the rural connectivity place. So to the extent, I think there is a noble reason why such technology should be invested in being cost competitive. I think this is the numbers in rural penetration will definitely catch up as the technology matures, because as we discussed some time ago, ORAN is definitely an interesting thing, and a lot of greenfield operators have started investing into this and deploying commercial network operations, whereas let's say brownfield operators are actually contemplating the right method and right strategy for transiting from existing to new. So there will be a mix and match of both. I think other important thing is that a country like India, I think, see what happens is it also brings a diversified, I would say that supplier ecosystem get developed. I think ORAN provides, a tremendous opportunity for in benefiting in 4 different ways. One is, as ORAN gets into more and more popular, more and more penetration into the network proliferation, you'll find that silicon industry will get required to be developed, which is also India is poising towards preparing for that kind of a preparedness. Second, I think system and service industry will also require to be supported. I think you will find a lot of investments coming there. And most importantly, manufacturing industry required, which is also India is well poised today in terms of setting up new investments with the government of India's benefits, which are coming towards whether it is PLI schemes, specs, whether the entire support which is coming on the design development initiatives by government, especially in the recent budget, what government said around 5G area, they've actually said that 5% of years of funds will be dedicated for innovation in the 5G area, which is very welcome move by government. I think all of this definitely will force that the ecosystem towards achieving this overrun, including 5G, India will become a focal point, in my view. And to the extent, I think there is a need for connecting rural India. There is a need for developing ecosystem in India. It's a perfect match next, I would say, 5 to 10 years for leveraging this opportunity for both for the nation building as well as technology companies in India, like what CDAT is doing in research, what several companies like us are into industry development on investing heavily into the development of new solutions. A combination of both academia, industry, and research will have to take a definitive path in taking this leverage. I think the important factor is that what happens in a typical legacy networks in open RAN technology is that system integrators will take the core, the center of entire thing, because in a multi-vendor network operability, when you are working on an open source and a disintegrated manner, the system integrators' knowledge and their capability has to be enhanced, because you are expecting someone to have a knowledge about multi-vendor solutions and ability to create a network which will actually support, I would say, multi-customer applications. It could be enterprise, could be rural. To the extent that the system integration capabilities have to be developed towards making this ORAN successful. So the challenge I see is that two things. One, the ORAN, one from a legacy perspective, brownfield telcos will have their own timed phased manner investment because they can't overturn. So that's one challenge which they are allowed to adapt to. Second is it requires, I think, a lot of ecosystem development, and which is where I think both I would say telcos as well as ecosystem has to work together. And third is that this actually requires a very capable, knowledgeable system integrators who need to integrate these multi-vendor solutions. So to the extent developing that system integration is also a very important area to focus. If you address all three, I think typically in 5G, there is going to be huge investments happening. We all know that next, we have seen in next 10, 20 years, the areas that would be invested in 5G is tremendous globally, including India. Even Government of India is planning for some BharatNet extension program. So there is a money being invested. I think a 10 to 15%, 20% of that investment, usually in any technology, let's say proliferations, I think new technologies must be encouraged, if not more than that. I think to start with, I would say even a 15, 20% of what investments in going in 5G, if a country or a global adopting a new technology like ORAN, obviously it will actually become the base for the next decades to come in. That is where I see that Government of India is also encouraged, where CDOT has played a very important role developing Indian core, and TCS has been working in making this Indian, let's say, technology for ORAN. So there are a lot of focus are coming up in terms of getting the ecosystem, not only we've developed for India, but India is poised towards making it for global today. And it's perfectly in the current geopolitical scenario, it catches huge attention. In fact, it's the right opportunity for Indian companies or technology companies to take a leverage on this present scenario and take an advantage and be a 5G open source ecosystem supplier or solution provider to the global markets.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think that's a great thought. Traditionally, we have always been kind of followers, we see something happening in global, on the global scenario and then following that. But this could be a good, leapfrog kind of a thought if we directly go into something latest. Interesting point out there. Coming back to you, Mr. Arun. So, we know while we talk about network virtualization, digitalization of oil, but at the end we are, organizations per se are, virtualizing, which means there are definitely concerns of security. So one, I wanted to understand what are, the drivers, the key drivers from business as well as security aspect for secure access service engine, and service edge, sorry. And then where, how do one start with it? And is there any learning which we can take from?
I would say the overarching trend or driver these days is that network and security are clearly converging. Security is a top of mind issue for everyone, be it companies, governments, institutions, or even individuals. And the reasons are very, very obvious. So market drivers, including increased number of remote workers, proliferation of IoT devices, mobility, and now 5G and Wi-Fi 6 are coming to the mix. And they're all driving networking and security to convergence. And so now network and security are now not two separate discussions, they are a single converged discussion. There's a huge convergence going on between network ops and security ops. And I would say there are four distinct yet interlinked trends that are driving the shift to what I would call software-centric cloud networking and security. So first is increasingly enterprises now have more users and applications located outside their own data centers. And they need to be covered with network coverage and also needed to be provided the security layer to be transformed to offer low latency access with unified security. So that's number one. The other trend is the proliferation of remote mobile workers. So, thanks to COVID, that movement has got accelerated. But even in the post-COVID world, the users, sensitive data, and network access will be highly distributed across company-owned and personal devices, because the future of work seems like it would be mobile first and from anywhere for times to come. Point that I was making was about zero trust, the need for zero trust network architecture, and the reason being that organizations can no longer operate under the old model where everyone within the network was taken to be secure and trusted. And we know that's not true. Security controls are moving closer to the data with the assumption that traffic is not trusted, not trustworthy, unless explicitly defined to be so. The other point is the rise of multi-cloud environments. Enterprises are increasingly going for the best fit cloud service provider for each application. There's a huge uptake of cloud delivered SaaS applications. Enterprises are increasingly going for next generation high performance apps, which are best fit for that particular use case. So this requires highly elastic and automated clouds, which will help meet the new demand set. So if you look at this kind of enterprise network scenario for a modern enterprise, you would need an intelligent, secure, connected network for the hyper-distributed enterprise. It will have to be user-centric, dynamic, elastic, multi-access, and with software-defined parameters. And this is where I would say SASE comes in, because SASE is that architecture which combines an organization's network and security functionalities into a cloud-based service, and that operates closer to the endpoints and distributes traffic quicker and more efficiently than traditional networks have done so far. So by uniting an organization's necessary network and security services under a single pane of glass into one platform, SASE aims to simplify network and security management, so to speak. Now, what lessons can we learn? I think we can learn lessons from maybe the precursors to SASE, which was SD-WAN. And SD-WAN is very much a part and parcel of the overall SASE architecture as well. So I think 2 or 3 things come out there. One is enterprises trying to embark on the SASE journey could very well start with SD-WAN itself. In that sense, you could look at the SASE journey as SD-WAN++, but not necessarily so again. You could start with SD-WAN, or you could start with cloud security, or maybe both at the same time. It actually depends on the business context. But I would say if you were to look back, and because SD-WAN came a little bit earlier in the game and is still a part of the overall SASE architecture, I would say 2 or 3 things we probably can learn from that journey. One is the need for a POC. I would always recommend that before you start on a big bang transformation project with SASE, maybe start with a more limited case POC and see whether that can be scaled up and whether that meets your business requirements. And the POC should give you a very good view of how will it do when it gets scaled up. So that's number one. The other is, I think, the choice of a very trusted service provider is necessary, because however you might want to do it internally, there would be operational challenges, and if not handled well, then they could become very, very overwhelming. So you would rather work with a trusted service provider who has the vision for the future, yet that service provider takes into account what is your current state of the network, what is your current state of technology, what are your inherent skills base within the company, and therefore how should the journey to SASE or cloud-centric services be paced so that it doesn't cause disruptions within the enterprise network. It's a live network. It serves the whole enterprise. The whole business depends on it. In transforming, which is a necessity, you don't necessarily want large-scale disruptions which bring down the whole business. So that's what I would say in this regard, Faisal.
Thank you. So Rohit, what we discussed so far. So we discussed, for instance, disaggregated RAN. There is this disaggregation of network taking place. Help us understand. There are some concerns also around it. Okay, like network management becomes an issue, security becomes an issue. Okay, and every CTO or any technology leader would have these apprehensions. And second is also, and that's why probably sometimes they feel like, the existing RAN is, good enough to cater to their needs. So how does, an organization your help, in getting over this fear?
So what we have done with our, as I said, decades of experience with NFB and NFBI as an infrastructure vendor. So we have developed a vRAN or ORAN program within our company. We obviously, there are certain points which rise around the TCO and how those are going to be controlled when we talk about Open RAN. When you disaggregate, there are risks, obviously, that needs to be taken care. Obviously, there was also a point that from the security perspective, how do we secure our edge? So Mr. Arun talked about SASE. But coming in from the HP point of view as an infrastructure vendor for ORAN or the vRAN deployment. So what we have done, we have thought about 3-4 pillars. One, from the infrastructure or the platform perspective itself. How do I optimize my platform to fit into the operator's TCO? So the overall use case itself, they are able to move forward with the use case itself, the operators, right? So the servers itself is designed in such a way that it is taking care of the overall ORAN TCO. Servers are also designed considering as the rural deployments is going to happen, especially in our country. So how do I ensure that multiple radio antennas are directly able to connect, and how do I connect more antennas to a single platform? So if you look at our platform today, DL110, I can connect maybe 18 antennas today directly to the platform itself. Then if you look at if you compare with the traditional ORAN or traditional RAN deployment, I would say, there used to be a component called cell site router. We are also looking into or working with lots of ecosystem partners. How do we bring in the cell site router itself in our platform in the form of VCSR, right? So that costed item or another hardware component at the RAN site is removed, and that brings down the TCO, right? So these are the work we are doing from the infrastructure perspective. Now with the decades of experience within the data center, we learned how data center systems can be managed, monitored, and certain tasks you can also automate, right? The same experience now we are trying to bring into the edge. How do I, in data center, I always had a control. I always had lots of IT team members who had expertise on the IT system to manage those systems. Now I'm talking about edge, that also tens and thousands of edge sites. So we are developing open source tools and technology, one in the form of the system itself, which is our ILO. HP worked closely with organizations like DMTF to bring in the red face-based manageability, open manageability. That's what people are talking about today. So I'm not locking you. It's an open API. You are able to manage, orchestrate, automate your tasks across your edge system. Further to that, we also work with Intel and other partners to bring in the framework called ODIM, Open Distributed Infrastructure Management. Now, ILO and the red face is towards my infrastructure. I'm also looking at, as an HP, that how do a operator manage a multi-vendor ecosystem from the edge perspective. So ODIM is targeted towards that. It's again open source. It's targeted towards managing and automating the task on the edge for HP and non-HP infrastructure, right? That's the second thing we are trying to do. Third thing, as the role of SI will come into the disaggregated infrastructure, right? So we are trying to see what all we can do as infrastructure vendors so that systems are at least ready to ship at the edge site, and then bulk of the work, whatever it needs to be done, can be done through the automation and orchestration. So we then add it up with our services to make the systems ready from the firmware, from the BIOS, from the automation perspective. So systems are ready to ship, and then from there, SIs are able to take a control centrally, and then they are able to deploy the RAN software on top of it, right? Then the fourth thing, there is a cost pressure as well. So how do we basically propose this as a service model, cloud-like service model? So with our HP Green Lake coming into the picture, we make it consumption-based offering for our customers, so that it's not just upfront buying. You can pay as you grow, or whatever way you want to say, or cloud-like, or the consumption-based model. So that's the fourth pillar which we added to this overall ORAN, or the virtual LAN program, which we are running inside the company.
Okay, thanks, Rohit. I think these points would definitely help any technology leader get over those concerns and fears, and probably be more open to ORAN. So coming to you, Mr. Upadhyay, Dr. Upadhyay, I wanted to understand one, how do we really ensure interoperability in this what appears to be a network jungle? And at the same time, is there really a need for having this common reference definition?
Yeah, thanks, Faisal. Yes, interoperability is a must. It is a definite requirement. And to facilitate this, ORAN Alliance has clearly defined the Open RAN interfaces with the split options through their work groups. 9 work groups are working under ORAN. Definitely, RAN component vendors need to ensure that they follow open interfaces very strictly. In addition to help the ecosystem, ORAN Alliance and TIF have announced a partnership agreement to ensure that they develop and deploy interoperable open RAN solutions and help the ecosystem. ORAN Alliance has also joined hands with GSMA to accelerate the adoption of open RAN to take advantage of new virtualized architecture. So definitely interoperability, these organizations are working to help the ecosystem. In fact, TIP conducts regularly plug fests for interoperability testing. We at CDOT are setting up campus network and interoperability lab. We invite any vendor in the country, whether you develop RU, CU, DU, core, anything, any component of the 5G ecosystem, you can come to our lab. We will test it, integrate it, and let you know whether it is working, it's not working, or where some changes required. We already have deployed 5G SA core in our lab. So using our lab infrastructure, Indian companies can come up. We have also set up a 5G industry consortium. We invite any of the vendors, developers, or anybody connected with this to take facilities of CDOT, because I know for startups buying costly testers will be very, very difficult. Therefore, we will be able to provide these kind of infrastructure to various component vendors so that they become interoperable. Your second question was about reference design. Yes, there are a lot of work is happening in this direction also. In Feb 2020, TIP and the Open RAN ecosystem launched an Even Star program, which is basically focusing on building general purpose RAN reference designs for 4G and 5G networks in this Open RAN ecosystem. I'm sure these are aligned with the 3GPP and ORAN specifications. Open RAN Policy Coalition was launched in May 2020. It represents a group of companies formed to promote policies that will advance the adoption of open and interoperable solutions. So a lot of work is happening, and I think these are evolving. And as previous speakers had told, that already the greenfield operators are deploying. A lot of deployments are happening around the globe, and we are sure that if we come all together, especially using your platform, I would like to tell that CDOT will be very, very keen to even if your system is perfectly developed in the lab, from the CDOT side, we'll be able to help the Indian ecosystem. And I think journey is going to be exciting in future with the Open RAN bringing innovation, reduction of the cost.
Okay, that's great. So let's hope we have many more players from India, and with support of CDOT and other ecosystem out there.
We want we want lot many Huawei's to come, lot many jetties to come. I'm sure this is happening with our 4G success, which is soon getting deployed in BSNL. I'm sure that if the talent given in India is so enormous, we build IPs for the West. I think if we all come together, I think it's not it's not at all a difficult job for Indians to develop a system which is not only useful for the India but also globally. I'm happy that companies like STL and not many companies, Lekha, Sukta, Sankhya, Redis, so many companies are working, and we would like to partner with all of them. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's always heartening to see companies like STL taking India global. That's always there. And equally, global partners like AT&T, HP, always ready to support this initiative and, build a very thriving technology ecosystem out here. Well, gentlemen, I'm towards the end of the discussion. I got my answers, and I'm sure that audience also got very elaborate and learned answers for many questions, which I'm sure must have been there in their minds about ORAN and the future of network enterprises. Just to conclude, I just want to run a very quick poll with you to understand where is India vis-a-vis global telecom markets and others on both ORAN and the network enterprise networks. 5 is just at par or even advanced than that, and obviously 1 is the other side. So starting with Mr. Rao, what is your what rating would you like to give it?
A 3 rating.
Okay, great. Mr. Arun?
I would agree with Mr. Rao, 3 rating. A lot has been done, but a lot remains to be done. So I would say the potential is there, right there. I would say 3.
Okay, Mr. Kumar, Dr. Upadhyay?
I think maybe if I look at from the CDOT perspective, maybe we were a little late. In coming up with 5G. But as previous speakers scheme, FAB 76,000 crore scheme, 5% of you are very keen, and whatever time loss we have done, I think we'll catch up. And you may be knowing that government has already set up a task force for 6G, so that we are not behind in 6G. Yes, in the deployment, 5G service rollout, we have been a little late with the auctions coming up somewhere in July. Very soon. I'm sure that this year, a lot of launches of 5G services will happen. And from the CDOT side, we are already giving to BSNL 5G NSA by August 2022, and we will be giving 5G SA next year. With the help of Indian ecosystem, I'm sure that nobody can stop India now.
Great. So I'm taking you a number 3. Mr. Rohit.
Yeah, I would say number 3, but then I will also add the complexity of Indian telco is much more than the complexity of the telco which are deployed in West and European countries, right? Because of the volume of the subscriber what we have, the complexity is much more. So if you take that, our telcos deployments are actually at 4, but yes, from the overall situation, if you look at, yeah, I would rate it at 3. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. We have a consensus. It's I think a good score because, as you rightly said, Rohit, India is a complex network. We still have 2G, we have 3G, we have 4G, we are at the cusp of 5G, and we have started talking about 6G. This will be very unique and peculiar globally. We won't find such telecom markets, and of this magnitude. You might find others, but of this magnitude. Thanks a lot for joining me this afternoon, and wishing you all the very best. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thank you, gentlemen, for such a great session. "5G is going to be the next big thing upon inception. Telecom companies are engaging their prowess in providing 5G services across verticals. This session on future of 5G and future with 5G will talk upon how 5G is going to be the game changer for the enterprises, healthcare, manufacturing, and allied industries, and the society at large. I would like to call upon for this session Sandeep Gupta, EVP Chief Architect Network, Airtel, Bharat B. Bhatia, President, ITU, APD Foundation of India, and the session will be moderated by Prabhu Ram, Head, Industry Intelligence Group, Cyber Media Research. Over to you, Prabhu.
Good afternoon and welcome to this session. We are going to talk about 5G, the future of 5G as such. Quick introduction, my name is Prabhu and I lead research and consulting at CMR. I have with me two distinguished panelists. From Airtel, we have Sandeep Gupta. He is EVP Chief Architect Network. We also have Bharat Bhatia. He's the president at ITU, APD Foundation of India. Gentlemen, welcome to this session. Really appreciate your time, taking this opportunity and being here with us. Just to set the context, we are looking at, the transformative evolution of this 5G era as such. How prepared are we? What the future holds for us. That's the overall theme of this session. To kick that off, Sandeep, if I can turn to you first and ask you about what are your plans for 5G, and especially the core, and what are the challenges that you are currently seeing and which needs to be resolved in terms of, for instance, moving from the 4G to 5G core as such. How ready are we with respect to 5G? So over to you, Sandeep.
Thanks, Prabhu, and good afternoon, everyone. Really pleasure to be part of this discussion, which is so relevant as 5G is very close to, is expected to be very close happening in this year or mid of this year. I think just to pick up this point, Prabhu, I would say that let me start with saying that what we are doing at Airtel, as Airtel, we have demonstrated 5G way back in 2021 using our 4G spectrum, the FDD spectrum, and we were the first one to demonstrate our 5G capabilities in Hyderabad when we deployed 5G in the 4G in the FDD spectrum.
and we could showcase that using our existing spectrum and the infrastructure that we have already deployed across country, it is ready for the 5G services in NSA mode. What we've done over the last 6 months, thanks to DOT, is through the trial spectrum, we've actually learned a lot in terms of complete deployment of 5G in other bands as well. So we got the spectrum in 3.5 gigahertz, we got it in millimeter wave band, and then we got it in sub-gigahertz spectrum in 700 band. What we've done over the last 6 to 8 months is really deployed these 5G clusters in different cities. For one, learning, getting the experience in terms of what would it take for the infrastructure to be upgraded for 5G deployment. And that has been a learning. But I think the other learning has been the performance of 5G and some of the use cases that we've been able to build both with the global partners and the local partners on 5G. I think I'll share some interesting aspects that 5G certainly has a promise to bring higher capacity, higher concurrencies, and lower latencies. And what we have demonstrated is that we have been able to achieve gigabit speeds on mid-band, more than 4 to 5 Gbps speeds using millimeter wave band. And most interestingly for our market, I would say we've been able to achieve a long distance, 10 kilometer, 12 kilometer cell radius, or the range from the cell site, where the user can still get more than 200 Mbps type of downlink experience. Using sub-gigahertz, we have even gone up to 20 kilometers from the cell tower, where the users can get good downlink throughputs. So I think that's promising for India market because we certainly are having lack of fiberization of our households and enterprises. And this type of technology will certainly be able to connect every hook and corner of the country, at least on the last mile, and provide connectivity both to our enterprises and residential customers. That being one, I think we have also done use cases which are going to basically provide enriched experience to our end customers, whether you talk about 4K, 8K video, immersive AR, VR, which we recently also did using education as a use case. And this becomes a foundation for the metaverse experience that we're talking, which is going to hit us in the next 3 to 5 years. Beyond that, we also went ahead and did testing of cloud gaming. We demonstrated cloud gaming on 5G. And why cloud gaming? Because it's the way to see the gaming for future, where you don't need to download the game on your handset and you don't have to be dependent upon the memory storage of the handset or the compute of the handset. All these will be rendered from the remote edge or the edge cloud, as we call it, MEC. And that will basically have the capability to render the gaming experience. What you need for that is obviously lower latency because you have to have the actions from the user to be transported to the edge, and then the edge will render the right video experience or the right video graphics. So I think this is all very interesting for what end users can look up to from 5G. But we went beyond the retail experience and we really launched 5G for business, which I think is the next important or next enabler in terms of what 5G can do for enterprises. Interestingly, we had a lot of use cases that were demonstrated for multiple verticals, whether it is about mining. So this is the way we see 5G, MEC, and AIML coming together in terms of these technologies really providing the value to the enterprises to transform themselves and digitize their own operations and the way they connect to the customers. You asked the question about core. I think we have been virtualizing the core network over the last 3 years of our deployment, even in 4G network. Now, what it means for users here in this discussion is that a virtualized core that we have already deployed in 4G is capable to be upgraded to provide 5G services, both for NSA and SA. So I think this is the benefit of having a software-defined network that we've been deploying over the last 3 years. And we don't see a challenge in terms of upgrading the core network, both from a signaling perspective, the bearer perspective, and even the subscriber management perspective towards 5G. So all in all, We are very excited and we're ready for 5G deployment. The only thing we need is obviously the spectrum, which is to be more affordable, interference free, and obviously we need right spectrum both for access and backhaul. And I can build upon some of that aspect in terms of what we are requesting as operators from regulators as well as licensor DOT to ensure that the spectrum for access and the backhaul, which is the E-band, is all provided to make sure that we are able to roll out 5G without any bottlenecks.
Yeah, thank you for that. I love that you touched upon the use cases as well, and at Cyber Media Research, we have over the past year or so, through the course of the pandemic, looked at what 5G means for consumers. And one of the things which stood out is video creation is really high, for as far as the young generation is concerned. What we looked at were like geographies like Western Europe and as well as China. And it's interesting that content creation, content consumption, as well as gaming in India is on the rise. And that's where consumers are really looking at their smartphones to enable such use cases. And that's what we are seeing in terms of the 5G capable phones out there. Bharat, if I can come to you and understand from you, what are those use cases which you are seeing for 5G? Are these use cases which 5G will fasten a bit further, or there are entirely new futuristic 5G use cases which will come as of today, which we are not aware of maybe?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm really pleased to be here. This is really a great opportunity to showcase the 5G just before India goes on the auction of the 5G spectrum. Hopefully TRAI will give the recommendation soon, and we will be able to see the 5G services. As Sandeep brought out, it can bring a lot of benefits to the customers and really could be a game changer. But let me take you back a bit. We are talking today of 5G rollout. But in the ITU, the area where I work in the ITU, we started working on the mobile technologies way back in 1985, when we had the first vision of what we call as Future Public Land Mobile Service, FPLMTS, such a long name. And it really created a buzz around the word that something like that could be done. And that took around 15 years to translate from the initial thought process in 85. And we had the first global IMT standard, as we call it, IMT 2000, which we now know as 3G. So IMT 2000 became a reality in the year 2000 with the ITU coming up with the standard, which everybody could follow around the world. It was not just any single vendor coming up with a solution or a single operator implementing something. It was a truly global standard, IMT 2000 or 3G. Although 3G didn't take off too well in India, but it was kind of a path breaker to move away from the simple voice and text that the GSM used to offer. And that journey then continued on to the 4G, which we call as IMT 2012, IMT Advanced. That standard came up in 2012, and that took around 9 years to complete compared to the 15 years that was taken by the first generation. And IMT Advanced is a 4G, which we all see today being implemented by all the operators, and we get a lot of fruits from that. But the ITU didn't stop at that. We continued working from 2015 onward. We started working on the 5G standard, or what we call as IMT 2020. And that standard basically got finally approved last year as the IMT 2020 set of standards, where we have basically a unified global standard. Instead of in 4G, we had a number of standards, although one became predominant. 2020, IMT 2020 is a unified global standard driven by 3GPP and providing not just the voice and data, but a lot of other things. And I don't know whether many of you would have seen that famous triangle shape that we had in ITU in the vision document 2083. There was a very well-known document a figure of a triangle which had 3 points. If you look at the top, it was the enhanced mobile broadband. That means mobile broadband continued to be the driving. You need a faster speeds of data. You need much high speed. But it was not just that. So what we used to call as a gigabit in a second, a gigabyte in a second became the buzzword for driving the 5G standard. But at the same time, the other two ends of the triangle that we saw, the one called the massive machine type communication, MMTC, and that drove all the IoT, the smart cities, the new kind of factories, smart homes. All of those are driven from this MMTC concept that is built into this 5G technology standard. And at the third end of this triangle is what we call as URLLC, ultra reliable low latency communications. So URLLC basically is the foundation, I would say, as we move from 5G to 6G. It's a way of not just communication, not just data. It is going to provide high-speed videos. It is going to provide robotic communication. It is going to provide the health connectivity. It is going to provide the agriculture communication. It's going to provide the mission critical communication that the defense needs or public safety needs. For example, the self-driven cars, the automated cars, all of them are driven by the third part of this 5G triangle, where you have the ultra reliable and low latency communications. So this basically, the triangle forms the basis of the ITU standard that has been approved last year, and that is driving the 5G takeoff. And as Sandeep rightly mentioned, there are a lot of new use cases in India. In fact, not only created the spectrum roadmap, but also created the user roadmap, what kind of uses we are going to drive in the area of health, in the area of administration, in the area of e-governance, in the area of agriculture, in the area of navigation, in the area of fishing. And all of those have been very well documented and very well being pursued through this government initiative of HLF. Now, what's happening is that this same process, now we are going to take it further up when we move to the IMT 2030, for which the work is just now starting. We from the ITU-APT Foundation of India have just given a proposal to the ITU as what should be the vision for the IMT 2030 or as well 6G. So there is a lot of work that is going on around the world. My only thinking is that we as India need to lobby ourselves, as to combine ourselves, as to make us cohesive. Operators need to play a slightly larger role in terms of this. But there's one other use case I want to highlight where the 5G is differentiating from the 4G. And that is what is called the industrial 5G. Lot of industries and societal applications are coming up as a, people call it, many countries call it a private 5G, many countries call it industrial 5G. For industry, if 4.0 kind of thinking, where you have a lot of robotics, a lot of automated manufacturing, this whole concept of industrial 5G is already starting taking off. And many countries around the world, whether US or Germany or UK, have already started providing spectrum for that. And many of you would have heard about this Mercedes factory in Germany, which is totally based on 5G on a special spectrum in the C-band that has been provided for that factory. So a lot of initiatives happening around the world. US has started the CBRS, which is another concept of a 5G for industrial uses. So many other usage kind of things are being worked out. But when we go towards 6G, there's a lot more that is going to happen. And Sandeep mentioned Meta. I think Metaverse is going to take over us in a big way. But not just Meta, but artificial reality, as what we call as Internet of Senses. Moving from Internet of Things, that IoT we all know, we are moving to iOS, where it's going to be Internet of Senses. So you won't just be having the voice and data, but you will be having a touch and feel also being communicated over this network. And that is the kind of vision that we are thinking of in terms of 6G. Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful. You covered a vast footprint there in terms of the use cases starting from today going into the far future. Sandeep, if I could come to you, that's the one thing which we wanted to know, like when we look at 2030, what are those realities? You mentioned cloud gaming, you mentioned metaverse. I'm aware that cloud gaming is something where you've already started taking initiatives at Airtel. If you could touch upon those realities as of today, and then talk about how we would see 2030 come to vision as such when it comes to 5G. Over to you, Sandeep.
Yeah, Prabhu, it's a very interesting question. It's like asking somebody to gaze in the crystal ball and tell us what's going to happen 8 years from now or decade from now. But I think the way I'd like to pick it up is talk about what has happened in the past and use that learning to predict what is expected to happen in the future. I think over the last 5-6 years, we've seen how telecom and telcos have really been playing a pivotal role in realizing Prime Minister's vision of digital India. I think it goes clearly very well founded now that mobile broadband networks are the backbone and the foundation for providing digital services in every sphere of our life. I think, in fact, COVID re-established this aspect further on. And now we have no other way to work and engage without having mobile broadband with us. So I think that's one thing that we've learned in the past. If you look at last, again, decade, we've seen we were almost, like 5% smartphones, and we now at almost at about 70% smartphones, or maybe 75% smartphones. So that's one thing that we're realizing. The broadband consumption is the maximum in India, almost touching 20-21 GB per month per user, and at a very, very affordable rate that obviously industry has been able to work through with all its challenges, to say so. But I think what we are seeing is mobile broadband networks and broadband connectivity is going to play a pivotal role going forward in making India the largest digital economy and realizing the dream from moving from a $3 trillion economy to a $5 trillion economy. 60% of the delta increment of the GDP is expected to come from digital services. Now, just to come back to the points which our end users would like to know as to what we see from 5G, I see 3 different aspects that will happen as reality in the next course of 5 to 7 years or a decade. One, we're seeing at this time around 10 to 15 million households getting connected on fiber. This number would certainly be more than 100 million or around 100 million households, which will get connected over some way of mobile broadband, whether it is wired broadband or it is fixed wireless broadband, providing more than 100 Mbps to 1 Gbps type of experience, where users will be able to have this immersive video experience sitting at their home, virtual showrooms, augmented reality enabling the metaverse that I mentioned earlier. And their ways to engage in terms of compute requirements would completely change. Today, you have compute in your hand physically in terms of having the compute storage and the whole periphery at your own in your own location. What is expected to happen with this 5G is that most of these things will come from as a cloud. We've seen this in the last decade. Storage has come largely from the cloud. It has started coming. Now you don't store things on your handset so much, but you store them more in the cloud. Going forward, even the compute and memory, or the compute and the memory requirements during the compute are going to come from the cloud as well. But that's one aspect. Second aspect, certainly the smartphone will change and transform from where they are, the 700 million smartphones, they will transform from 4G to 5G. In fact, what we're predicting is the next 3 years time frame, maybe 50% of the smartphones in India will anyway be 5G compatible. At this time, it's around 5%. And by end of the decade, as we've seen in the last decade, 100% of the smartphones are expected to be obviously be 5G. The third dimension that I would talk about, which is now started to bring up the reality in reality as well, is about drones. I think we've not seen drones so much so in the last decade, but we will see the drones coming into reality and playing a really important role in enhancing the digital services, whether it is about logistics, video surveillance, asset management, providing connectivity, in terms of visibility to the enterprises or to the government from traffic management perspective or resource management perspective. They will play a very, very important role. And why this is important for technology players is that connectivity to the drones, which are flying at 100 meters, 200 meters, will not be possible necessarily through a terrestrial network. This will need a non-terrestrial network, which is going to come from the low Earth orbit satellites that we are working on through OneWeb, and even this will come through HAPS platform, the high altitude platform services, which is going to be the new thing down the line, where you'll have base stations deployed in the stratosphere, and that will be a reality, and those will be providing broadband connectivity to the drones or to these non-terrestrial flying objects. So I think that's a reality that I would like to see and our users to kind of visualize. Now, if I have to put some things very interesting from an end user, let me just put these things in one perspective for maybe the enterprises and the end users. I'll just narrate a small story, which I think is kind of help us visualize what is expected to change. Now, let's say today you want to buy a car, let's say a vehicle for your own use. As Bharatji said, automobile companies are automating their factories. Now, why are they automating it? Because today I want to buy a vehicle of a particular type with a particular specification, with a particular color. I have to wait for long because factories don't customize themselves based upon the user requirement, but that will be a reality. So if I start a journey of a vehicle, the vehicle will be customized because the factories are going to be very flexible in the way they can configure their own assets and manufacturing lines depending upon the user requirements. So you punch in your order, it will be more customized, it will be less lead time, but as the vehicle comes out, it will be connected completely wherever you go. It will have mobile broadband connectivity, the complete infotainment system, having complete telemetry on the go. So that's another aspect, that while the telemetry is on the go, what will happen is all the information of your vehicle in terms of the way the mechanical parts, electrical parts are working, it will go back into the manufacturer and the service agents to make sure that they know what is going wrong and they can predict as to when the vehicle will require service. So you don't have to really worry about when do you need to take your vehicle for service. It will tell you a pre-alert that this is the time that you better be, or you bring your vehicle for service. And more interestingly, the logistics for the service companies, they will know what part needs to be changed when the vehicle hits us, let's say 2 days down the line. So their whole asset management in terms of how they're maintaining the spares, which location they maintain, what type of spares, would be all digitized. So it's a ease for end customer. It is a ease for enterprises, bringing more efficiencies. And I see as we go about, even the insurance agencies will get benefited because they will know the driver habits. They will know the vehicle, health in a better manner than they do today. So I think the whole digitization of these type of assets, these type of experiences is going to completely transform in the next 3 to 5 years, 5 years plus. And then I think we are all talking about autonomous vehicles, the driverless vehicles, which I don't want to go there at this time, but yes, that's a reality that will hopefully be with us, 8 to 10 years from now.
Hey, Sandeep, thanks for that. Essentially what you're saying is it's a future that we are looking at. It is a smart future that we are looking at that will be enabled by 5G. Just one more follow-up question to you there on the question of cyber security as such. How do we look at 5G and cyber security? What's your perspective there? Sandeep, if you could share, yeah.
Yeah, Prabhu, I think a very relevant point, and I think a very, very, relevant discussion that the industry is having, because what's happening is, let's look at the environment. I think because of 5G or generally otherwise as well, in terms of how this whole cloud networks, 5G networks, artificial intelligence is coming into play, IoT is coming into play, is that a lot of entities are now getting connected to the network and the networks are getting connected through open APIs towards other networks, whether it is the enterprise networks, the content players, the application providers. So there is a lot of interconnectivity happening right from the end device to the telecom network, and telecom networks talking to multiple other networks in the cloud. And this is where this whole openness is bringing a benefit, but also a challenge in terms of how these networks or entities interact, and where can we have security issues in terms of either the data of the user getting compromised, or the traffic getting intercepted, or the malicious attack on the networks because of the endpoints. So this is something that is of a concern, but there are good things that are happening within 3GPP or the specifications. One thing which is getting more secure as we go about in 5G is the user information is going to be more and more encrypted. And user no need to worry that their mobile information is going on the air interface or on the network. It will be encrypted right from the device. So this will be completely secure, so nobody can intercept as to what is the individual identity, which was possible to do in 4G. So that's one way that users can feel more secure, that their identity will be concealed right from the handset up to the network. It will not be, it is not in plain text, it is encrypted. Second point that we're seeing is we are actually establishing a security operating center, which is looking at all vulnerabilities across our network and all the APIs or the POIs or the interfaces that we have towards the external world. So every day you can say there is a vulnerability check that is happening on our network elements, because there are software upgrades happening. All these things are getting virtualized, so you need upgrade your cloud infrastructure, you need to have application upgrades. But with every upgrade, there is a proactive vulnerability check which is happening at our security operating center across our network. And the beauty of this operating center is we are able to extend this as a service to the enterprises, so that their enterprise network, let's say their routers, their switches, their IT infrastructure, can also be managed from a SASE perspective, from security as a service perspective. So I think this is the way we are trying to make things more secure. But last thing if I want to touch upon is that there are endpoint securities that we have to be worried about. The endpoint security is the smartphone and the IoT devices which are coming openly in the network, and they are coming from an open market perspective. There are a lot of these providers who are providing these devices. They really have to be secured as well, wherein we are working very closely with the handset providers. But I think the IoT is a very big game going forward. Billions of devices will come. So we are obviously talking to the regulator, to the policymakers, that how do we make sure that these endpoints are also equally secure? We've seen the password are not fully secure; they can be hacked. So I think that's something that we need to work as industry and make sure that the open market devices are equally secure when they're being used by enterprises or the retail customers.
Got you.
Thanks, bro.
How do you look at cyber security as such? What's your take? There could be a lot of bad actors also who could, come into play when 5G becomes a reality. So how do you really see, tackling cyber security, and cyber crimes as such?
Yeah, I think this is again a very valid point, especially when you're talking about digital services like fintech. So I think these are not necessarily about 5G, but 5G will accentuate the type of issues, because everything will go towards a digital service. So I do get this perspective, and we are very careful about what all we need to do. So as Airtel, we have taken measures, or maybe I would say safety nets for the customers. If you would have heard about Airtel's Safe Pay, where we are doing double authentications on behalf of the customer and the enterprise who is providing this type of financial transactions, to just make sure that there is a very comfortable zone in terms of creating the security around that transaction. So we obviously looking for how can we multiply the security, security net around, the transaction, so that we are able to give that comfort to the end user. And I think the industry has seen those examples that we have already been talking to in the media, that Airtel Double Safe Pay is basically the way that you are ensured that whatever transaction you are actually making, is going in the right hands and it's not going in the wrong hands. So there will be many of these type of applications or security, I would say nets that we will create going forward for different type of enterprise requirements. But yes, that's something that is very relevant for end users to consider, and they need to choose the right service provider. They need to choose the right financial service provider to make sure that this is all secured in terms of their transactions.
Thank you, Sandeep. Mr. Bhatia, if I could have your views on this, in terms of cybersecurity, how do you look at it? There would be bad state actors at play, so what needs to be done? What's your line of thinking here?
So cybersecurity is really one of the big issues. Clearly, it has been well noted both in the national perspective as well as in the international perspective. And a lot of work is going on in terms of how to respond to this bad actors, as you rightly bring out. But sometimes not just bad actors, there are also bad procedures, there are bad systems, there are bad devices. So there are a lot of things that could go wrong. And as we go into the cloud, it's going to multiply. So a lot of work has been done in the area of cybersecurity. Just as an example, as you see, and Sandeep also mentioned about it, that first thing you have to do the encryption within your device itself. That's the first thing, so that any data that goes on the air interface is encrypted. And as you know, in the WhatsApp also they currently do it, but should not be just in an application. I think it has to be done in the device itself at a higher layer. So everything that is out in the air should be fully encrypted end to end, so that first of all, your personal data is secure, your messages or your videos, your whatever you're sending is secured. But at a higher level, I think there is a need from a government perspective to make sure that these bad actors are prevented from implementing their wills. So what has been done, I think, in India also and many other countries, we have introduced what we call as the trusted suppliers. So every equipment or a part that goes into the network has to come from a trusted source, and those trusted sources are authenticated by the government and laid down that the operators can only choose equipment from the sources which have been trusted, so that there is no malware, there is no bad code that has been written into the device which could actually challenge your data, which could manipulate your data. So, and in fact, in the last week only, we were in Geneva, where we were talking about how do we create a global awareness on the cybersecurity, not on a country level, but at the UN level, so that there are norms that are created, there are standards and procedures that are created at a global level to ensure that the user data is safe and secure, and there are no bad actors are not able to take any advantage of the data leakages or of the any of challenges that are there in as we move to the cloud. Cloudification, I think, is going to be a big thing, and that's going to could actually lead to a lot of cybersecurity issues. But I think a lot of challenges have been taken care of, and as we go into the implementation of 5G in India, there will be government will ensure that the sources are trusted, the software is trusted, and there is encryption right from end to end.
Got you. One more follow-up question to you, Mr. Bhatia. We are talking about 5G. We spoke about, the start of the 5G era. Is it too early to talk about 6G as such? What can be done between now and, when we see the 6G era? So your thoughts on that?
So clearly, the 5G momentum is taking off. Many countries around the world have implemented. Release 17 of 3GPP has just been finalized this month. And that's a major step in terms of the standalone NR, which is really the real 6G, real 5G, which is getting implemented. I think almost like 80, 90 countries have implemented 5G services, and there'll be more and more. India is right on the track, although we are delayed, maybe because of COVID or other reasons. So DOT had asked TRAI to recommend what kind of spectrum regulation should be there. And I think it's very important that we get the spectrum at the right price, because if the spectrum is priced so high, like it happened in the last 700 megahertz auctions, there were not many takers, and for the last 10 years, that spectrum has been lying vacant. So we don't want to a repeat of that, and TRAI is working on ensuring that there is a kind of a playing field which is available to the operator so that they can bid for it at a really reasonable prices, and they are able to provide services, 5G services, in a most economical way. So the reserve price for the 5G spectrum is really one of the very important issues. Entire industry have told the PMO and the TRAI and the DOT that this is a very critical issue. When we go to 5G, we are looking at not just 700 megahertz spectrum, which is also an important, but also 3.5 gigahertz and the millimeter wave band. All of those bands are going to be very important, and the TRAI is going to recommend what should be the base price for those, so that the auctions can take place possibly in Q3 timeframe, or and the services are launched this year. And once the services are launched, we are then talking of what to do next. Once the 5G is there, and 5G itself is not a one-day game. I mean, you just don't launch 5G and end of it. 5G will start initially in a small way, and then more and more user segment, more and more applications, more and more requirements will be built into it, and it will grow just like 3GPP releases have been going on even in the 5G space. Release 15, release 16, release 17, and we will go into release 18. More and more features will be built in, more and more applications and services will be inbuilt. Like we talked about the automated drivers, the driverless cars. We talked about the robotic surgery. We talked about the public safety facial recognition. We talked about the millions of devices, IoT devices working together. So when we talk about 5G services, we are increasing the connection density from about 1,000 in a square kilometer to 1 million in a square kilometer. So think a number of billions of those IoT devices that are going to be there. It's a new business opportunity for the operators, but at the same time, it's also a new service that will be available not just to the public, but to the industry, but to the enterprises. So everybody is going to win in that. So this is the start of it. Now, as we build on it, we move from 5G into what next? So the whole issue of 6G comes up. And I think one of the challenge that has been noted, and many of you might have also observed, that voice has not been a very important criteria in developing 4G and 5G. And to some extent, the voice has suffered because when you do digitization and there is sometimes a packet loss, and you think there's a silence on the phone, there's nothing coming because some packets are missed. So I think voice is going to be very important revival in the 6G, connecting the unconnected. And I think Sandeep very rightly brought out the role of satellite, the role of LEOs. OneWeb is one example, Telesat is another, there's Telelink, and the many other those satellite companies are coming up, which are going to provide connectivity to the places where there is no fiber connectivity, there is no way to put up a base station. We are talking of in the ITU World Radio Conference a new agenda item called HIPS. What is HIPS is basically a high altitude platform IMT base station. That means you take a normal cellular base station and put it on a high platform at 20 kilometers. The kind of service that can provide to places which are completely unconnected. So as we go into the from 5G to 6G, there is going to be a what we call as a non-terrestrial network, NTN, and linkage between the terrestrial networks, the normal cellular networks, and the high altitude networks. And once those two links becomes together, then you will have a ubiquitous service service at every point in the earth, because many times when you go out in the hills or in the sea, you lose service, and that won't happen in the 6G. So United Nations has this 30 sustainable goals for the 2030. Those sustainable goals are going to be part of the 6G. So 6G is not just increase speed or reduce latency or more devices. It's also going to be how do you connect the whole world. So that is going to be another one of the drivers as we move into 6G. But from the vision perspective, I think the three things that are really working in a big way. One is this whole immersive. The metaverse, sitting here, you could actually be sitting in the US and chatting with your friends, and it will look like real. Your avatar sitting there and you sitting here. Those are the kind of things really going to be part of 6G. And as we go into 6G, we are going to look at new spectrum, because the current spectrum is not going to be enough. We are talking of millimeter wave only in terms of 1 gigahertz kind of a channel size. But when we go to that kind of a requirement, we are talking of 10 gigahertz or even 100 gigahertz kind of bandwidth. So there'll be going to be new bands, there'll be going to be new spectrum, and the new regulatory framework that is going to come up. One very important point Sandeep also brought out is the backhaul. And for 5G as well as for 6G, the backhaul connectivity is going to be very critical. E-band in that area, I think, is a most important thing. We from the IT/IPT Foundation have written to the government that the E-band should be immediately given freely to the operators without any licensing, without any procedures. They should just get the E-band and they should be free to implement. And provide connectivity, backhaul connectivity. That is the only way to implement the thousands and thousands of the base station when we put millimeter wave base stations or when we put the C-band base station. So E-band is very important. But linked to that also is that you also need to connect the households. India is a very concentrated society. If you go to Bombay or if you go to Delhi or many other cities, there are too many people in a small area. And the Wi-Fi spectrum that is currently there is too little. If there are 10 children in one home and all on a remote class, the current Wi-Fi spectrum just cannot take. And if you're talking of a multi-story building where with 100 houses, it just completely fails. It becomes so slow. So we are talking of V-band also for the public Wi-Fi connectivity. The new 6 GHz band that has opened up around the world is also going to be. So there are going to be a lot of new kind of spectrum that needs to be opened up for Wi-Fi connectivities. But at the same time, the operators have the first requirement of backhaul using E-band. I think the government should very urgently look into that and give that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandeep, if I could come to you, a two-part question to you. One is, on the 5G part, what's the monetization angle? And again, the long-term vision, what do you think of 6G as such?
Yeah, I think monetization I touched upon. Certainly there is, the new opportunities, as Bharatji mentioned, in terms of serving the industries, serving the industry verticals to help them to transform and digitize themselves in terms of their operations, customer touch points. And I think I gave some examples as to what we are trying to do or what we are working along with the partners ecosystem here in terms of building these use cases. I think the big ones that we see, especially when we talk about private networks, is about manufacturing, where as we're talking about, we can really transform the way the manufacturing industries are going to automate their programmability of their assembly lines, make sure that the AGVs or the vehicles within their campuses are connected, their asset monitoring, asset management, asset location, all that is available as a digital twin towards the operating center of a factory, where you can actually make the things more efficient, reduce the manual interventions as much as possible, and using video analytics and AI ML really get to the right quality, because today the quality is more at a human level. What needs to be done is to see how we can have more video analytics based quality controls, both in terms of how the machines are operating as well as the end products are getting produced out. Similar things would be in port and mining, because these are big campuses as well. And if you pick up a mining, it's mostly in the remote locations. Ports also are typically at the seashores. So what is required is, again, these layers of connectivity, the layer of asset location. You need to know where your assets are, whether it is, again, I would say, the vehicles in your system, the resources in your system, or even the human beings or the laborers in your the workers in your system. So I think all these is going to be very relevant. Connected workforce is going to cut across the industry. Healthcare, I think, obviously we need it because of very different reasons, in terms of being very precise and being very timely in terms of that golden hour that the healthcare gets to really save lives. So I think it's going to be a very different ball game in terms of connecting the ambulances, so that all the telemetry during that golden hour is available to the remote doctor or the attendant, and they are able to guide this attendant in the ambulance to do the right thing. So I think this is very, very critical for us to have more safe and safe lives as we live in. So overall, I think so much so that these are the use cases that will really help us and industries overall. And that's how we see value that operators will be able to give to the enterprises and not just the retail customers in terms of using 5G as a technology. So I think these are the things that we are working upon. We have already announced that we will be able to offer private networks as service to our enterprises. What this means is easy adoption and make it a very simplified model. Like you buy a SIM today and you get connectivity and you pay per month. What we're doing is, in the similar equivalent phase, we're trying to build a model where enterprises can define what area, how much of devices, how much of capacity they need in their campus, and then we'll provide the solution without them to worry about how many base stations are required or how many core network elements are required. We will provide them the solution as a service, is what we're looking forward, in, along with the security and the manageability of that particular network. So this is the way we, I think, have to really see to monetize 5G. That's what I would have, Prabhu, for you at this time.
Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate. What we have been able to cover over the last 45 to 50 minutes is essentially talking about, preparing for the 5G era. We touched upon a lot of use cases, both on the consumer as well as the enterprise side of things. Bharatji touched upon, the 5G to 6G shift, what that would entail. We touched upon the standards. And it's been really insightful the way we foresaw this when we began. So just to conclude, if I can have quick thoughts from both of you, any closing comments, and we could then wrap up. Bharatji, first to you, and then Sandeep, you could follow.
Yeah, I think we had a really good conversation here in terms of covering many subjects. But some of the things that I think we should highlight. First, I think as India, as operators in India, as government of India, we need to have more skin in the game. We have been missing, we missed 3G, 4G, we missed technology, 5G, we just touched the technology with 5G for a moment, but nothing. But 6G, we have to be right there in the beginning. I think that's most important. That as one of the largest, I think the largest market in terms of mobile service in the world, we should be at the forefront of developing the standards for 6G. I think that's very important step. And along with the standards, I think I'm more than sure that the operators will start playing a more proactive role in the development of standards. And not just the standards, but also in terms of use cases, in terms of the spectrum rollout, in terms of what next. And that is something I think so far government alone should not be playing that role. I think that role fits very well with the with the industry, with the operators, with the manufacturers, and all of us have to take that in a big way going forward, that so that the 6G, when it comes in 2030, we are way ahead of the world. And not as has happened in the past. So that, I think that's a very, very important message in terms of manufacturing, in terms of designing, in terms of R&D, in terms of standards. All of these areas, I think we need to take a front seat rather than the back seat. I think that's first thing. Second point, I think I touched about, there is a need for balance between both the licensed spectrum and the unlicensed spectrum. Both have a role to play. And particularly for the backhaul, I think the E-band is most important. Should be delicensed for the operators immediately. We shouldn't be losing any more time. I think E-band is very critical for the operators. And though I spoke about it, but I think we need to push the government to get that thing done. Thirdly, as we go implementation of 5G, there will be a lot of issues coming up. 5G is much different from 4G. Once the spectrum is being sold at auction to the operators, the implementation will come and it will bring a lot of challenges. And I think the whole government and industry need to work together to solve those challenges. Because when we're talking of from 5 lakh base station, we are maybe all the network in the right way. 5G is going to be a nightmare, and we don't want that to happen. So my message clearly is that let's all work together to make sure that the 5G implementation is hassle-free. It is good for the public, it's good for the operator, it's good for the country, it's good for the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep.
Yeah, I think Bharatji covered most of it. Let me just say from the operator's perspective that we certainly need the right spectrum, affordable spectrum, and interference-free spectrum. I think we have had some conversations with DOT to share our experiences on 5G or how 5G spectrum in 3.5 has to really coexist with other operations, whether it is in the satellite, in DTH, or with NAVIC. So I think that's very important that we really hash out those issues right now before we end up into having very similar problems like what US had, unfortunately, with the airports and the aircrafts having interference with the 3.5. I don't want to say that that would be an issue, but India would have its own set of coexistence points that we really need to thrash out at this time before we get the plunge into 5G, because we don't want to get another hurdle as we get the spectrum in terms of deployment of that spectrum and rollout. Second point is, I think, which will be very relevant is, as we've been talking about, is the use cases and developing the application ecosystem. So I think we've been playing the role of bringing the startups and the ISVs together along with the industry verticals. But I think this work really needs to be carried forward in multiple manner, or it has to be further accelerated in terms of how the ISVs, the startups in India, the software houses in India, and the vertical industries along with operators can come together with the right government policies to really harness the power of 5G as we've been talking about. Last but not the least, I think we are always very careful about the way we are deploying the networks from an energy perspective. So I think smart energy solutions and sustainability in terms of what telecom networks are doing towards the ESG goals, the net zero goals. I think that's what the industry should also be very careful about and be very cognizant about, because at the end of it, we have to be careful about what we're deploying is not going to really create more carbon or emissions and take guzzle power, megawatts of energy, but we really need to be smart with the energy solutions, and we're taking a lot of initiatives in this direction as well. Thank you.
Thanks so much. The closing thoughts, the way I look at it, it's that there's so much to look forward to, but we need to be pragmatic also so that there are no missteps as such when we move towards 5G. Thank you, Bharatji. Thank you, Sandeep, for your time, for your wealth of rich insights. This has been a really wonderful session. I hope the audience also loved it. The next time we meet, I hope it's in person. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, speakers, for such an invigorating session.